Yeah, now you are. This is the point where you say something.
Also, what the hell's the track playing for the intro?
That's blame Aiden for that.
Oh, it's the opening music. That's
Yeah. Well, it's
hello.
not now.
Okay.
You're on now.
I didn't know that for sure if we were live or not. Now you've confused me, Spoon. Hello, everybody. I swear, if it sounded like I was just mumbling, it's because I didn't actually know if we were fully live or not. The track that's playing, a chiptune cover of Centuries by Fallout Boy. You're welcome.
I did not choose
Honestly,
that for the record, so do not
I
condemn me
did.
for the actions of this
I
hard
did.
woman.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. First of all, it's relevant. This is a really good music video, but also because one time I caught Sargon listening to it before a stream, so I was like,
Listen, just because you like Sargon doesn't mean that everything he's do is righteous and holy. He does these
that's
unholy
not
shit
what
too.
I'm
That's
saying.
one of
I
them.
just thought it was funny that Sargon was listening to Fallout Boy, and it turns
And
out
then
it's
you
a pretty good
copied
song.
it. Disgusting.
I did.
Terrible.
Anyway,
if you want-
guys, we are joined here tonight by Kiza. You want to introduce yourself a little bit? I mean, a lot of people here probably know you, but
Yes, the Supreme Emperor has come along. And yes, that is my preferred gendered pronoun.
Supreme Emperor. Okay. Anyway, I think we're gonna do a regular show. Mostly we keep kind of going over the full Ukraine timeline and then not going over it all fully. I don't know what all we haven't covered at this point. I will say that I, however, have finished my script. So I now actually have that as well. If you want to go over, I mean, I've totally maxed out on the Ukraine crap, guys. Like it was getting to the point, unironically got to the point where I have learned somewhat how to fucking read Cyrillic. Like, I'm not joking. I went real deep into this. I'm just trying to understand what exactly happened up until February of this last year, and to figure out, what was going on in Ukraine, and why it was happening. So, yeah, we'll go through that, some of that stuff. We also have our daily news topics. But since Keza, you told me you're not a super giant turbo autist on Ukraine, why don't we start with what's happening right now? And by the way, no one else probably should do the autisms the way that I did. I went in real crazy. And also,
I mean, to be honest, I think it's just so many people have been so glued to it. I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna sit back and just let everyone soak it all up.
yeah, I mean that's probably good. Well, if we go through it, there's some surprising crap. But
there is.
oh, also,
What's the surprising crap?
Just throughout the history that I think is surprising to people.
Okay, fair enough.
Real quick, I have also a link.
Someone said now you'll speak both Weeb and Slav when you're drunk.
I know,
Oh
brilliant.
no!
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh jeez.
Well, I
Don't
already
give her
speak.
ideas,
I
by the way,
speak
she
a little
will.
bit of Polish, only a little bit though. So I already did that. But Polish doesn't use Cyrillic, so I never had to learn it. And that's one of the reasons I was like, Polish, that seems easier than Russian.
But does that mean? So does that mean if we're going to be Russian shows, should we be playing some hard bass?
That's actually what I have been doing while working, is playing lots of hard bass. I find that it inspires me in my Putin shillery. And by that I mean trying to understand that hang on a minute, guys, it really isn't just that Putler man bad out of nowhere. Geopolitics is not normally that simple, guys. Anywho, I sent you the basic.
Don't tell the mainstream that.
I know, the basic show map, and it's not too complicated because we're mostly going to be talking about Ukraine. But I thought, should we hold off on Ukraine for a minute and do some other stuff first?
Which is?
I've got the COVID updates, and I've got some degeneracy.
Oh, degeneracy.
Well,
need we ask?
Do you have that watch together link for us? We only have like 2 videos, I think, today.
Oh, great. Hold on.
Well, did you create a watch together link for a Spoon? I thought you said you did. I wasn't sure. Or
did,
I'll just make it.
What's the link? What's the YouTube video you want me to watch?
Well, I don't want to give it away.
Well, give it to me in the message in Discord.
Okay, hang on.
God damn it.
This is
There's
very
Still a
here-
Aiden.
Again, I say okay. Yeah.
Oh,
You see what it is?
God. Are you really gonna make me watch this?
Oh, it's real short. It's just some news. I just happened to find it in video
It's
form. I don't know.
so
That's
much
how I
memes.
found it. So, oh, furious, Dan! It is not weeb degeneracy. It's really bad. I know, Lotion Man. This real like alphabet isn't that hard, though. Yeah, but I'd never tried to learn it, and I didn't even try to. It just on accident you start picking it up, you know, because it isn't that
God,
difficult.
God, this is 2015 all over again.
Oh, the video that let me put together, watch together real quick. I thought you had one. Real quick.
I mean, I just looked.
Yeah, well, you saw the title. Sorry guys, going a little slow here right now today. I don't know why. Let's put that in there. Whoopsie. Oof. Okay, here's the link, and there we go. You guys wanna? We're just gonna watch this. It's real quick.
I mean, I already have one.
Oh well, I didn't. Use mine. It's
Sure.
fine.
I just accidentally closed Discord and I was
One
just saying,
special-
my God, can we not go back to 2015, please?
Oh no, we're going back. I mean, in terms of the ridiculousness, we never left, man. You can't get
Yeah.
off this wild ride.
No, actually, I want to go back to 2007. A much simpler time.
I think we should go back to like 1200. Just kidding.
1200 for fuck's sake.
That's true. That's true. I don't really want to go back that far. That's a meme. I'm joking. That would be awful. Anywho, let's see. We all in here? You got it up on the screen for everybody?
Yeah.
All right. Why can't? There we go.
Pennsylvania's health secretary, now a Woman of the Year honoree. Admiral Rachel Levine is the U.S. Assistant Secretary for Health in the Biden administration. And USA Today just named her one of its Women of the Year.
But hold on, Spoon, Aiden, and to those who are listening, we do have to ask ourselves the true question: what is a woman?
That I mean, apparently it's something that nobody can agree on. You must have seen that debate with
Well, you see,
non-binary
what protest
gender.
with Matt Welch?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to describe those people.
Okay.
Yes. Oh God, that's one way, Spoon. You're right.
Broken,
There is
debilitated,
the-
demented,
And the answer of cultured.
short-sighted.
That's good. No,
Yeah,
the correct
cultured. There you
answer-
go.
Yeah,
Cultured.
the
Those people
correct
aren't
answer
cultured, those
is
people are swine.
we're not talking about them, Spoon. Come on now. Anyway, if you are correct, you say an adult human female being. If you are wrong, you'll say anyone who identifies themselves as a woman. Now, for those who are of culture, you say a miserable little pile of gossip.
There you go. Very well said. Yeah, second on miserable pile of gossip. Pretty
'Cause
good.
That's just alienating black women.
Oof. Oh wait,
That's 'cause
why?
they like drama
They
more
gossip
than
too.
because they like drama more than any other race, like by miles.
Well,
We could conduct a
hopefully
study on this.
Well, let's see. Hopefully, there's any Romanians listening on. They should be very happy with the culture reference.
Oh, yeah.
Because they gossip.
Nah, it's from Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Yeah. The cultural reference, right? Okay.
Exactly.
So I thought we'd start out with something with a little bit of levity.
God,
But-
I love it.
the still shot of that woman's face. It's like, I can't believe I'm reading this shit.
I don't think that this will do Twitter videos, does it? Actually, I think it does it. Can I do Twitter?
You made me descend into the cesspool, and you're going to drag me even further into the realms of
Huh?
Twitter. What did I do to you?
Here,
Why?
fun.
Oh God! Why? TikTok. This just keeps getting worse.
Why are you subjecting us to this, Aiden?
Yes. What did I do to you?
Yes.
This is why I don't like women.
This is literally the epitome of virtue signaling. It's so gross.
February.
Fuck it.
Snacks,
That's
social
it.
studies, math, Espanol.
All right, it's over. I don't know if we have anything else that we're going to watch. I actually don't recall off the top of my head.
They're so desperate to
But-
push their sexual agenda on kids. This is sad and pathetic.
Yeah.
How is this libs on TikTok saying that? I would think they'd be in favor of this.
No, libs of TikTok is an account that makes fun of these people.
Oh, okay, that makes
should-
way
and
more sense. I was very confused.
Really
for a second.
worth a follow if you don't follow them.
But,
They're great.
A bit like what's her face? Tatiana McGrath.
Yeah, Tatiana or Tatiana. Yeah.
Do you know who the best 3 people to follow on Twitter?
No.
Actually 4.
Elon Musk.
Okay, yeah, maybe 5. Elon Musk, Michael Malice,
Yeah.
James Woods,
James Woods.
Tatiana, and
Of
the guy
course.
who does I think Defiance L's his name.
Yeah. Defiant else. Yeah.
Yeah, who just
Something like
posts shit about the hypocritical liberals. Because
Right.
that is, oh my god, that is just delicious just to see them completely flip 180 in like 2 years. Like, you people have no consistency. You're just psychopaths.
Yep. As Nick Handemez 77 wisely said, men better than women at being women. Women most
Yeah,
effective.
that's true.
Astonishing that they are. Also, the void that bites for $5 says once you peer too deep into the Slav will peer back into you. Spooky, but potentially true. Thank you for the $5.
Yes.
Let's
Well,
do
referring to the motherland.
Fuck the
so-
motherland.
what that video
your
was
kindness.
about. Was the Don't Say Gay bill.
Oh god, the amount of fucking bullshit this thing has
Oh, it
brought
is
up.
literally
like,
the
Jesus
gay
Christ.
bill.
So, I thought really quickly, because it's actually quite short, maybe just talk about some of the stuff, and let's actually look at the freaking bill and see what it actually says. Instead of looking at stupid freaking Guardian articles, but what the Guardian article here says, if you can pull that up, Spoon.
What, the Guardian article is actually...
No, it's
Same?
not good. No, it's
Okay.
just covering what's happening, which is that
Oh,
Marvel denounces
God.
Don't Say Gay bill after Disney apology following... Do you have it up? Sorry.
Hold on a second.
I'll just go ahead and read while you do.
Hold on a second.
Following Disney's apology for silence. They were apologizing
go.
for being silent. Florida law, studio pledges strong commitment as allies who promote the values of equality, acceptance, and respect. Marvel Studios says it strongly denounces any legislation that affects the rights of the LGBTQ+ community following the passing of a controversial bill in Florida. Republicans in Florida recently passed what opponents have dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill, which limits teaching about sexual orientation and gender identity to children in the state. The superhero franchise said it proudly stood with the community and pledged to continue its support and allyship. Thanks, giant, massive, multi-billion-dollar company that doesn't give a real shit about anyone. Also,
Oh yeah. So tell me, how much money would you need to be paid to not suck China's dick?
a lot.
Answers on a postcard, please.
Yeah, it probably, an exorbitant amount to get them to not suck China's dick.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if they can suck China's dick and do all that shit to like Black Panther and that, there is simply no excuse for a DVD, HD, 4K re-release of Song of the South.
I might as well. You know what? Do it. That would be amazing.
I don't care what anyone says. I'll gladly sit around a campfire and listen to Uncle Remus.
Hell yeah.
And for those of you who don't know who Uncle Remus is, you're all too young.
I mean,
All too young.
Song of the South is, I think we're all a little bit too young to have necessarily. Well, I don't know. I think I do remember it being on like VHS when I was a kid. When did they stop making it? Probably in the early 90s.
Well, my
Stop
nan had a
reproducing it, I mean.
my nan had a VHS copy back then, and I grew up in the 90s. But there is DVD releases of it, but the problem is it's only in places like Spain.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Disney chief
But,
executive. Oh, sorry.
You go.
Yeah, Disney chief executive Bob Chapek later apologized for the company's silence on the matter. They're apologizing for being silent. What the fuck? And
But
suspended.
don't you know, Aiden? Don't you know,
Right. Silence is violence.
Aiden? Sorry to interrupt. Silence is violence.
I'm so sorry. I
You okay?
ruined it.
If that's the case, does that mean the silent majority are violent?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, they're guilty of. Yes, they are guilty of
That's
freaking
complete
genocide.
bullshit.
It's basically basically a genocide.
Yeah, that's rubbish. That's the
I mean-
stupidest fucking point I've ever heard from these people.
Oh no, it gets worse. It gets worse.
It always gets worse, doesn't it?
Bunch of
Suspended
bastards.
Disney's political donations in Florida earlier this week. A statement put out by Marvel Studio Online read, quote, "We strongly denounce any and all legislation that infringes on the basic human rights of the LGBTQIA+ community. Marvel Studios stands for hope, inclusivity, and strength, and we proudly stand with the community. Today we pledge to continue our strong blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Let's read the freaking bill." How about that? If you guys have not noticed, this bill has been everywhere in terms of not just Marvel and Disney. Everyone has denounced this. Oh, don't say gay. They won't allow children to, like, I guess when the way it's framed is they won't allow young people to come out as gay, and it's basically another show for gay
Just
people this
lies.
time.
Just
Here's
complete lies.
Just read the freaking bill. Because of course they don't want you to read the freaking bill.
Of course not. It's always like this.
Every time.
It's every single time. And where the fact checkers to fact check them? Oh, that's right. Nowhere to be seen. Typical.
They don't care, because what they care about obviously is the agenda, and they care about a narrative. They don't give a single one flaming fuck. I'm trying to clear my language sometimes, but they don't give a single flaming fuck about what's actually in this bill, because it's dangerous and destructive and deleterious to their narrative and their politic, not to anybody in reality. It's not making anybody. This is not going to kill anyone. Because that's what
Always
they say
the
at first, is that it's gonna cause self-deletion. That's if you offend gay people, if you hurt their feelings in some way, they self-delete. I think that's incredibly.
So
Well,
all you need to do to get gay people to delete themselves is to just insult them?
Pretty much. Not 100% affirm their identity.
No.
I have devious ideas now.
Spoon.
No. If you wanted that, Spoon, just send them on a one-way ticket to Saudi Arabia.
That's true.
Kind of cruel. That means somebody else deletes them.
That's a short walk off a tall building, is what that is.
Who cares? Who cares? Wildy Coyote did it for years, and we all laughed at it. So fucking.
Oh fuck, dude. Here's what.
No, I'm just talking about him going off.
Oh, walked off.
I know, but I'm just wondering, was he gay?
He might have. We don't know. Here's what the bill says. I will read it so that everybody knows what it says, because all these articles, I just pulled one. I literally pulled a random one about Disney falling in line, but there's countless. We saw that teacher who goes to school like that, and we're supposed to believe that he's not grooming kids into some kind of ideology with his rainbow socks and his rainbow stickers all over his computer and his rainbow everything. We're supposed to believe that there's nothing untoward going on there in terms of teaching the children about a certain way of thinking, maybe. But here's what the horrible bill, actually says. An act relating to the parental rights in education, amending the requiring district school boards to adopt procedures that comport with certain provisions of law for notifying a student's parent of specified information, requiring such procedures to reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children in a specified manner, prohibiting the procedures from prohibiting a little confusing language in the law there, but legal language sucks. Prohibiting the procedures from prohibiting a parent from accessing certain records, providing construction, prohibiting a school district from adopting procedures or student support forms that prohibit school district personnel from notifying a parent about specified information, or that encourage or have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold information from a parent, such information, or withholding such information from a parent. Prohibiting school district personnel from discouraging or prohibiting parental notification and involvement in critical decisions affecting a student's mental, emotional, or physical well-being, providing construction, prohibiting classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in certain grade levels or in a specified manner, requiring certain training developed or provided by a school district to adhere to standards established by the Department of Education, requiring school districts to notify parents of healthcare services and provide parents the opportunity to consent or decline such services. things sounded like this is a "Don't Say Gay" bill where they're gonna force the gay kids into conversion therapy, or is this about telling the parents what the hell is going on in their children's schools? Because this keeps going, but so far I'm not seeing any indication that this is an anti-gay bill, because that's how it's been framed. Is you're gonna take gay
Well,
kids and convert them out of it.
as a wise man called Mark Twain wisely said, if you don't read the media, you're uninformed. If you read the media, you're misinformed.
Well said. As always. As always. Mark Twain
Yep.
on it.
Yep, and all I got to say to that is well, I mean, if this is people's idea of the gay agenda, quite frankly, not impressed.
Hey, Kami Mark, how's it going? Kami Mark's in the chat. Nice to see you
Yes.
here as always, man.
Good evening, comrade.
Good evening, caller. We're still going to be talking about Ukraine, so don't worry. You missed the part where I said that I accidentally learned Cyrillic.
Yes, and today we'll be in favor of the Soviet Union.
Okay. Kami Mark has disrespected the Emperor. He needs to be sold.
Nah, I don't know.
No,
Communists are always
How dare he
disrespecting,
disrespect the
kings and emperors and stuff like that. That's just the nature
I
of
don't
things.
fucking care, bitch. I ain't no king. I'm the supreme emperor.
Well, I didn't go great for Nikki too. How about that? Where was I? Oh, okay. Provided that a specified parental consent does not waive certain parental rights, requiring school districts to provide parents with certain questionnaires or health screening forms and obtain parental permission before administering such questionnaires and forms, requiring school districts to adopt certain procedures for resolving specified parental concerns, requiring resolution within specified time frame, requiring the Commissioner of Education to appoint a special magistrate for unresolved concerns, providing requirements for the special magistrate, requiring the State Board of Education to approve. Like, half of this is speculative, right? It's like we're going to put in things in place to facilitate this law, essentially. But everything that the law has set up until this point, again, is let parents know what's happening in the school and don't do shit, particularly don't make health or psychological decisions for the child by the school without asking for parental consent.
Gee, what happened? Yes.
Thank you, Hornu. I actually have not been drunk on this show. I get drunk on other people's shows. You don't understand.
Yeah.
Did I get drunk once?
I don't know if you've been drunk on this.
I don't think so. I don't think I've been drunk on this
show. That is just, despite what you might see, that's just freaking grape juice right there.
I make sure Aiden is not drunk on the show.
Yeah, Spin would kill me, I think, if I got drunk on this show. I just gotta get drunk on other people's shows.
This is one of the reasons that I took the reins, so that Aiden doesn't do dumb shit.
Oh.
I would
the internet was a ruse. It was to get her to stop drinking.
I would say as well, if you want to talk about a fun drinking game, watch Drive to Survive on Netflix and drink every time Gunter Steiner swears.
Oh, I've never even heard of it. I do have Netflix though. Although I should have deleted it after that cuties shit.
Oh, that was a disaster.
Well, they're in trouble. And speaking of Florida, they're in some fucking hot water. I forgot about that news story. We'll cover that next real quick. Yeah.
4 felonies.
Yeah, just real quick as an aside.
Well, I mean.
Oh god, the
to Carl Volt, and to Carl Volt, I hope that was a glorious dump right there, good sir.
Why am I
also, we're not a pair of crazy royalists.
Well,
what? Not a pair of royalists. I don't know about the crazy part. Although I think for people who are simps of democracy, we are probably crazy royalists just because we're fans of royals.
Yeah,
of course, because the emperor's here.
Right, the emperor's here always. Real quick, should we keep going through this law? I think I've made it pretty clear. We can keep going through it, but let me just finish it real quick. It's almost we're almost through it. Well, we're almost done. It's really short through the part that mostly matters before we get into the actual part that's enacted into the legislature. Okay, I'll just let's scroll down. Let's scroll down into the actual legislature amendments,
which is on page which
3 of 7 is when it starts.
The student welfare thing?
All the part that's underlined, yeah.
Yeah.
In accordance with the rights of parents enumerated in adopt procedures for notifying a student's parents if there is a change in the student's services or monitoring related to the student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being and the school's ability to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for the student. The procedures must reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children by requiring school district personnel to encourage a student to discuss issues related to his or her well-being with his or her parent, or to facilitate discussion of the issue with the parent. Procedures may not prohibit parents from accessing any of their students' education and health records created, maintained, or used by the school district. A school district may not adopt procedures or student support forms that prohibit school district personnel from notifying a parent about his or her student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being, or change in related services or monitoring that would encourage or have an effect of encouraging a student to withhold from a parent such information. It's all just tell the freaking parents. The school district personnel may not discourage or prohibit parental notification of and involvement in critical decisions affecting the student's mental, emotional, or physical well-being, health or well-being. This subparagraph does not prohibit a school district from adopting procedures that permit school personnel to withhold such information from a parent if a reasonably prudent person would believe that disclosure would result in abuse, abandonment, or neglect, as those terms are defined in Article S 39.01. It's in the bill. If you think the child's going to be harmed, you can tell them not to tell their parent. There's affordances in this for it, right? For what they're saying is so terrifying.
I think for the record, if you advocate for anything with the phrase gender identity with anyone under the age of 18, you should be beaten with sticks.
Oof. Well.
Yeah. Don't go down that rabbit hole regarding a certain Kiwi called John Money. Do not do it.
Yeah.
Do not do it, ladies and gentlemen.
Beaten with
it's a commandment. Don't do be mistakes.
For your own edification. I'm pretty sure at this point most people are aware of the horrifying experiments of Dr. Money regarding gender, which is where the term gender comes from in terms of its modern usage as it refers to these kinds of topics.
I don't know this, and I get a feeling I shouldn't go down that road.
No, Auntie Spoon, do not. I went down that route, and my God, did I want to take a chainsaw. I wanted to take that chainsaw.
To yourself or
both of the kids involved in this experiment ended up killing themselves.
No, not that sticks. Poor sticks.
Beaten with sticks. Clank. That would be actually, in a weird way, if you were beaten with sticks, would you be beaten by a spoon?
No.
Hit with a wooden spoon.
I will say for the record that I did not pick my name in association with sticks. That's a coincidence. Even though I am a big fan of sticks, yes. Sticks is good people.
No, honestly. A wooden spoon really fucking hurts.
I know. Sure it does. I was hit with one as a child.
Exactly.
And then I was hit with a belt, and give me the belt because leather is stretchy and bends, whereas a spoon is solid and does not. That is worse.
Oh, we have I'm so sorry, guys. We have the wooden spoon recovery group here.
Oh, shut your hole.
Yeah. Anyway.
No, I got off easy. My dad spanked me once and then cried about it in private. And told me as an adult that he cried about it. Yeah. That's the only reason I know.
Well, just because, Spoon knows all the pain of African parents.
Well,
I think it might have been a little bit different.
Yeah, in South Africa, parents still, corporal punishment is still part of a parental's toolbox, so to speak. We're not like baggy Europeans, like, oh, look, we should not hit the child, all of this stupid crap that results with your liberal parenting horseshit.
Not calling them liberals, they're just communists.
No, they're liberals. It's liberals who believe in that stupid crap. Old school parents still beat your kids. That's how it should be.
Still
that's the Christian way of raising kids.
Evidence on whether or not corporal punishment.
Those who spare the rod does not love the child.
I don't know.
What kind of rod are we talking here?
We got off track, but there's real mixed evidence on whether or not corporal punishment works. So
it works for the older generation. Look
Just
at
saying.
look at look at
I'm
generations nowadays. How disrespectful they are to the older generation. They weren't beaten as
That's
kids.
true. It is crazy.
The
It is
ones that were
crazy how
taking a proper beating. What was it?
I
What was the line that
I don't think that's
What was the
the
line
only
that Bernie Mac said? He says, if a kid is 1 year old, you have the right to hit him in the throat or the stomach. He said, if you're grown up enough to talk back, you're grown up enough to get fucked up. And I actually agree with that.
God damn.
I
don't know.
That's good. I actually agree with that. No, if you are old enough to talk back, you're old enough to get your ass kicked. I agree with that.
No, I don't think it necessarily.
No,
it might
that's
help
based.
it might help some kids, honestly, to get a spanking, but I don't think
It's based on
Especially
telling-
especially if it's from Senator Armstrong.
Where were we? A classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation. Here's the part they're upset about. On sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with the state standards. This is what they're all freaking out about. Kindergarten through grade 3. Grade 3 is what? 7?
Yeah, 7 or 8.
Age,
7, 8.
grade.
7, 8.
Yeah, 7 or 8.
Yeah, it goes
Something like that.
7 to 8, yeah. So
Yeah, this is 8 to 9. Okay, so under 10.
it's
Wow,
just
single
like,
digit ages.
really-
Yeah, that's
Well, so
disturbing.
prepubescent, unilaterally, barring a very, very rare genetic condition that causes children to go through puberty when they're 7, and that does exist, barring that person, which you want to know real shit, they probably will pull out that kind of stuff and be like, well, there's this condition that causes some people to go through puberty when they're 6. And it's like, okay, well, shut your fucking face.
So what you're saying is, Aiden, they do the profit defense.
Which is? Oh, right.
The
Aisha.
profit defense. Yes, with Aisha. Yeah. Although recently, certain apologists are now trying to say that it was 17.
They're trying to say she was 17?
Yep, very recently.
I think she was 9. Okay,
No,
according to
he
the
was married.
Holy Quran.
And the Hadiths, it's constantly referenced that it was 9.
Yeah.
But you know,
Pretty sure. I'll tell you why I'm pretty sure, because I read the Quran in Arabic. I took a course where for a year we read the Quran in Arabic and did one-to-one translations
Oh, so
live.
it's Weeb, Slav, and Arabic. Oh, good lord.
Look, I just like languages. That's all.
Yes,
I
and
just
getting
find them
drunk and
interesting.
speaking in them, apparently.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
I
we do
like
have
that
we,
too. That part's
but
fun.
we do have the best language, the English language.
I don't know. I like Japanese. It's fun.
Yes. Omae wa hanshiri do. Nani?
Nani?
Actually, the
But-
sexual assault thing, that is incorrect for Sweden. They're the #1 rape capital in Europe. That is very true. But
Yeah.
you'll be arrested for pointing out that statistic, don't you know?
Oh, the void that bites.
Again,
Did you email
Netherlands
me
are
at
based.
Aiden Paladin, or did you email? Sorry, did you email me void that bites at Aiden Paladin, or did you email the Broken Crown channel? If it's on the Broken Crown channel, I haven't checked it in like a little over a week, so I'll have to check that.
Yes,
hey,
it's here.
yes, also
Hey,
nice to
yes.
see you. How's it
If it-
going?
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting on a response. Let's finish this. That was the point, though. We got to the operative important part, is that these people saying like, oh, they're preventing teenagers from being able to you come out as gay. No, kindergarten through grade 3. If you're trying to push gender identity stuff on children under the age of 8 or 9, I think you're a groomer. That's just my opinion. I think
I agree with that.
I think you're
Okay, groomer.
kind of a pedophile. Just my opinion.
remember-
If you're talking about sex with and you're not their parent, and you're talking about sex, teacher with a 6-year-old, with a 4-year-old, which is who we're talking about here, I think you're a pedophile, or at least you're a fucking creep. How about that? Maybe not a full-on pedo, but a creep.
We need to use the proper word for this, okay? Nonce. Now,
Yeah,
when
I like
everyone in the
nonce,
chat
that's a
room
good
You're a-
phrase.
refer to them as a nonce.
Yeah, nonce is a good word.
This is why the English language is superior. Furthermore, as a
You're
filthy nonce.
you're nuts. You're weirdo. You're a creep.
Yeah, get the
Fucking
fuck
end
out.
of statement. 4. Student support service training developed or provided by a school district or school districts personnel must adhere to student service guidelines, standards, frameworks, blah, blah, blah. At the beginning of the school year, each school district shall notify parents of each healthcare service offered by their student's school and the option to withhold consent or decline any specific service. Parental consent to a healthcare service does not waive the parent's right to access his or her student educational or health records, or be notified about a change in his or her student's services or monitoring provided by this paragraph. It's just inform the parents. Again, that's all it is. Before administering a student well-being questionnaire or health screening form to a student in kindergarten through grade 3. They're very clear. Kindergarten through grade 3. Older than that, they can keep shit from the parents, by the way. The school district must provide the questionnaire or health screening form to the parent and obtain permission of the parent. Each school district shall adopt procedures for a parent to notify the principal or his or her designee. Designee? How do you pronounce that? Designated person regarding concerns under this paragraph at his or her student's school, and the process for resolving those concerns within 7 calendar days after notification by the parent. At a minimum, the procedures must require that within 30 days after notification by the parent that the concern remains unresolved, the school district must either resolve the concern or provide a statement of the reasons for not resolving the concern. And then it gets into what to do if it's not resolved. But that's pretty much the end of the document. We read what it was, though. So we've read the document, guys. I highly doubt anybody. But if you're watching us, after the fact or whatever, I would really love, and of course, as you two fine fellows, is there anything in that document that is anti-gay child that would implies that the state of Florida wants to prevent gay children from expressing themselves?
I don't even know what that would mean.
From being gay, from I don't know. Well, first of all, it's kind of weird.
Dude, the only
'cause
people
again,
that would
it's
give
talking to
shit to
kids
the
under the
kids
age
for
of
being
10.
gay is other kids who would kick their ass for being gay.
Right, pretty
Yeah,
much.
they'll just give them shit. in
And
which
teaching
case
them that being gay is wrong or bad, it comes from the kids. The teachers will do jack shit.
No, kids are cruel. Okay, I was one of
Yes.
those
Yes,
little
kids
bastards.
are the ones who
Are
really
monsters,
enforce this kind
yes.
of crap. Yeah.
Yes, they're little barbarians who need to be domesticated to be members of society, which is why they are.
It's the point of parenting.
We can
yeah.
say that of leftists, by the way, not just freaking children.
Well, they don't have fathers. Why do you
No,
think they turn out the
no,
way they
Well,
do?
leftists or the children?
Leftists.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Aiden,
I'm just
Aiden,
saying.
I think
Aiden,
they
sorry.
do. Their father is just non-binary or some stupid shit.
Yeah,
well,
right.
Aiden, I hate to pray. I know you love statistics here, but I do know
I
in
sure do.
ye old Britain, the majority of children are brought up by single mothers today. Has
Same
been
in
for quite a
the
few years.
U.S., dude. It's not just in EU. Britain.
Oh,
It's in the
yeah.
US.
But this is the shocking thing. It wasn't that bad post World War II. That's the shocking bit.
Oh, because their dad died in the war. That's why. It's a very different scenario when dad is very much alive. He's just not allowed to see you except on the weekend.
And this
right?
is why, ladies and gentlemen, we need to bring back the patriarchy with a vengeance.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Or you had
Patriarchy
a
is actually a
different...
good thing. It's healthy for society. There's a reason we developed around it evolutionarily.
What,
You need a mother and... But it is, just to be clear, you do need a mother and a father. Both figures have a really important role to play in the development of children. And
I agree. Let's
the
go
West
back to
is
the
basically-
50s, where you could oppress women, smack them in the ass, and tell them to go away. Men are talking. James Bond. Those were some good days, eh?
Oh, sorry, Aiden. Man talk.
Yeah, those days.
But
I saw that when I was watching
uh,
James Bond. I thought, like, my God, if you try to put this on TV nowadays, people would lose their
Oh, I know.
fucking minds.
Oh, I know.
It's
Oh,
funny
no,
as
no,
I
no.
mean,
hell, though.
it's like
No,
always
no,
on,
no,
like
no,
on
no, no,
Channel
no,
4 or whatever,
no.
though.
No. Do you know what's real bad? Watching You Only Live Twice. Watching
Mhm.
Bonds in Japan. Oh boy,
Mhm.
that shit has not aged well. But it's still fun.
But yeah, the problem is that, look, men and women were designed to work together, but we have different roles in the family. And the fact that the fathers have been replaced. I had a long
By
talk
the
last night
state.
obviously, about this. So
Yes. I was there. Basically, people
yeah,
talk about
no.
daddy government. The only daddy bit about it is with regards to finance. The actual attitude is clearly oozing mama energy.
Oh, I know. It's all well.
Gross.
We talked about this in
Ugh.
our big democracy discussion. Spoon, which is a really interesting thing, and I came across this completely on accident. But one very interesting thing that you notice about democracies is that every single one of them is represented with a female figure. Helvetia, Lady Liberty, Colombia. It's always a woman figure that's the symbol of democracy. Now you get Uncle Sam, but Uncle Sam was kind of more of like a wartime
He's a
invention,
wartime
right?
propagandist piece, yeah.
Right, propaganda. The symbols of democracy are women, and that's because it's the comforting
but the-
arms. Mommy will take care of you, right? That's
And
But
yes,
kind
it's
what you
called,
really-
and yet it's called daddy government, which is weird.
but yet it's actually quite
Only-
democracies are very feminine.
Yeah.
In that way. Not that's
Well,
just a
So what
representation.
you're
That's
saying
not the
that
only reason why democracies
democracies
are
are
feminine.
gay and monarchies are masculine?
But monarchies, even if it's got a queen, is a more masculine in terms of its structure of who the monarch is the patriarch. Even if it is a queen, it still serves as the patriarchal head of state and head of the family. So even if
excluding Queen Elizabeth, she's a passive little bitch and she's a filthy traitor.
I kind of agree. If she would, she's also old, but yeah, if she was based, she would have, for example, just recently, removed Justin Trudeau because she has absolutely every power to do so.
No. If she was truly based, she would have. Now, how can I put this to fit within YouTube's terms and services here? I don't know. I tell you what she would have done, right? Because she's all English and proper, right? Even though she's German or whatever. She would have them all in a nice long queue because us Brits love queuing.
Oh
And
yeah,
and basically have them all queued
sure
up
do love those roundabouts.
in a long line. And at the other end there'll be the Doom Eternal extravaganza. In which case the BFG 9000 shows up and will demonstrate to them why this thing could shoot a hole into the core of Mars. Elon Musk is still upset about this to this day, ladies and gentlemen.
Do not
Oh,
insult the
my.
Musk man.
Oh yeah, Spoon will get upset because he has to defend his countrymen.
Yes, I will. He's good people.
It's
I'm not at all surprised by the fact that a South African is the one rescuing the world. That's naturally was going to be the case.
Well, everyone seems.
Like, I
how
wish
dare
I
you,
had
Void?
told
It's
you
a great
beforehand
game.
not to bring up Elon Musk. Look what you did.
Look.
When
When it comes to Elon, right? People forget that he is technically the richest African American ever. People forget that.
He really is. He is the richest and pretty much, for the most part, self-made African American. I mean, I think
He made his money from PayPal. I mean, he did PayPal in the 90s.
I think he was born into some wealth, but like 99% of his money he made for himself.
It's because he was an autistic child who studied programming from the age of like 10. Yeah. That's why.
That's true as well. Okay, to my full smile. I'm sorry, no. There was no Polygon trailer for Doom Eternal, so your argument's invalid.
Oh.
I will say
Polygon and huh?
I will say I do want to marry an American woman and then have a child because the kid would be African American but white, and I would use it to fuck with people.
Yes,
like his birth certificate is for like African American. Literally, dad is actually born in Africa. He's more African than you.
Just move to the U.S., get citizenship, and then you call yourself an African American.
Yeah, but that's not as funny. Whereas the kid would actually be, and that's more amusing to me.
It's not as...
I use a kid as a comedy prop.
You're basically just trolling somebody's life.
You can use affirmative action and piss off everyone.
Bring life into this world as a joke. I see how you work, my dude.
Why? It'll be funny.
It's an elaborate joke.
No, it's because the kid can say a whole load of shit and hide behind the fact that he's African American. I could taunt the entire system.
I don't think it actually works that way. But good luck.
Yes, it is. Why would this not work?
Do it.
I don't think it'd work.
Just say the kid's gay, you will get away with it.
Experiment.
Well, I'm just saying. But technically speaking, if we all came from Africa, if we are supposed to believe it, then technically it's
we're
fine.
all African Americans, right?
Well, I am technically
Well,
African, so
Well,
I
we're not
can actually
Americans.
claim
I'm an
it.
African American.
although to be fair, since you are a former British
y'all
colony,
fucking
you're also British.
Europeans and South African motherfuckers.
Wait,
ain't
I forget, Spoon.
goddamn
Are you more
African
English
American.
or are you more Dutch?
I'm more Dutch.
Oh, he's a Dutchoid.
Okay, still base. You could smoke a fat blunt.
I'm good Dutch people.
That's very true. Very true. We should form a coalition.
Should return to
Yes.
a king. Because presidents are
Supreme
so
Emperor.
gay. Like just some faggy person with a tie. That is, I don't know. It
I
doesn't.
mean, Donald Trump was good love. Donald Trump was good fun.
Yeah, but Donald Trump is more like was memed as the God Emperor. There's no other president that would get memed as an emperor in America. Not one.
What if DeSantis became president?
Yeah, he does have kind of
DeSantis
kingly.
is a pretty good. He has
Wait, I know.
some kingly vibes. But the only thing I'll say real quick about this, because I want to finish this discussion of the Don't Say Gay bill. But the only thing I'll say about DeSantis is I think he should probably stay in charge of Florida because he's pretty much single-handedly saving Florida, and Floridians know it.
Oh, just dig his roots in there so freaking deep that the only way to unearth it would literally be.
I mean, it'd be great.
To Florida.
Right, it'd be great if he could help the whole U.S. But I don't want him to leave Florida and stop saving Florida. So I don't know. That's my only. That's my big reason for not saying that DeSantis should run, and that's it. That's my only reason is that DeSantis should probably stay in Florida rather than running for national presidential election. But that's about it.
I do know actually on the books of Europe, you can actually challenge leaders to a duel to the death. So I wonder if that rule. I wonder if you could do that to Joe Biden. Therefore, when you defeat him, you become undisputed president.
I would love for Trump to challenge Joe Biden to a duel to the
death. No. Let me and Spoon do it.
All right.
Why? I don't want to be the leader of the United States.
Okay, yeah, fine, I'll do it, even though I'm English, because then I can say the Empire Strike Back. And then I could go on to Justin Trudeau, and then I could start with South Africa and make you leader there.
I don't think Spoon wants control of South Africa either. That again, I read a book about South Africa and it made me very upset.
I would
it
do
literally ruined like an entire week for me.
I would do a lot of things to my country. It begins with a G and ends with an E.
Oh, you want to play a game? I see.
Yeah.
No, that's.
You want to play a game?
Yeah,
no,
I know
more
which
than
word
4
you're
letters.
say.
You know which word I'm thinking about. Yes.
Oh, right. Game,
God
right?
Damn, disavow again every freaking week, Spoon. I disavow half of everything you fucking say.
I'd be borderline authoritarian in my own country. Like, I will rule as a despot, and all of you that don't look like me will be purged from this land.
God damn it.
Very nice. But I would say...
Anyway...
I would say, on the whole Russia subject, you know what I find most interesting, from my perspective? Just on the Russia thing. They're being cancelled from all these events, and, all these companies, right?
Can't even get a cheeseburger.
And And me, as a man who's big into motor racing, right? What I do find most interesting, right? The FIA are going to pull out of their race in Russia. They pulled out Haas's big sponsor out. But they were A-okay with racing in Saudi Arabia, racing in China, and racing in apartheid South Africa.
Okay, this is the problem.
Yeah, it's almost like there's no consistency.
I was going to say, you're trying to apply ideological consistency to these people where there isn't any.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, what Putin needs to do to get back on the grid is to enforce apartheid, and therefore he'll be back on the grid.
Oh my God, I'm in favor of Putin more every day.
Yes, I think everyone liked the dueling of Biden idea. Oh, actually, Roddy, is this technically possible? Dueling still legal in Canada?
Is it? I don't know.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Biden for presidency. I think he would break his wrist trying to hold a deck of cards.
No. Knowing Joe Biden, what he'll do is when he goes to lock it in, he'll end up freaking catching his neck and end up cutting his his vocal cords out. That would be pretty funny. But yes.
How long do you think he's gonna last?
I mean, honestly, I reckon he'll last. If I was a betting man, I would say early 2024.
I don't think he'll make it to 2024. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna serve it out.
Let me explain the logic here. We'll get to that point. He'll be declared too unwell, and Kamala Harris takes over. In which case, she technically gets a free pass, so therefore she could do 2 terms. That I reckon is the plan.
Yes, that okay.
Call it
You're
a
completely
hunt.
right
No.
because of precisely what you said. Now, by the way, I don't think this will work, but I think
No.
you're right in that that's the plan. Because the way that it's structured within the U.S. government, if you guys aren't aware, if Biden basically that if he serves, I think something like 75% of his term, his first term, and then he dies, and Kamala or whatever, he's too infirm or has to be removed from office for whatever reason, then she can take over from him. And actually, I think actually it's only half. I think it's actually he has to serve 50%. Then she can take over as VP, assuming the role of president, and then she can run for 2 terms. Now, nobody in their right mind would vote for Kamala Harris once, let alone twice. But there is an aspect of this wherein if Biden dies and it's real big national, excuse me. I'm still a little bit got this coof to get over, so my voice is still a little bit shitty.
That's not the coof. That's just bad language.
No, it's I'm just a little bit congested. So, but this national crying and oh no, oh we're so sad. Oh no, the United States president has died. Oh no, and because the media,
come on.
I know, but the media will totally play up and be like, oh my god, oh it's so terrible that Biden died or that he had to be removed or whatever it is. I think they'll kill him, to be honest. And in Minecraft, I mean, this is a hypothetical.
Well, actually, do you know what would be really hilarious if he was to pass away though? When it comes to his funeral, someone blasts out "Rule Britannia." It's even the fact Joe Biden is of Irish heritage.
I think they should blast the Chinese national anthem.
It's almost St. Patrick's Day, so I've been singing some Comanche Black and Tans recently, but
That's true. Or we could just say we could just play "America Fuck Yeah" from Team America.
How many Americans have died? How many Americans have died? The presidents.
In office?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wasn't
I mean, JFK obviously.
JFK got killed. He didn't die, but okay, yeah, that's one.
But what about didn't FDR die of polio?
No, FDR was removed 4 times. He was in office 4 times, and
right.
Then
Yes,
Truman
he
took over.
was.
Warren G. Harding served only 2 years before he died of heart complications, and that was in the 1920s. And then Calvin Coolidge took over. This is where I get autistic because I know my early presidents.
Yeah, actually, it's astonishing how much. I mean, it astonishes me how much better Spoon knows American presidential history than I do as an American.
But to be fair, Eden, but all 3 of us know more about U.S. politics than the freaking average American.
But yeah, but you know what I mean. But
I read old books about
I got the big
stuff,
list
so
here.
I had to go read through 3 assassinations. Who was the 3 people who were assassinated?
Well, that's what George just said in the chat. He said 3 assassinations, 2 in office. 4 assassinations, 2 or 3 national deaths. Ormu says.
No, there was only. Who was the 3rd? There was Kennedy, Lincoln, and who's the other one?
Was it McKinley, Garfield? No, Lincoln.
One of them was shot, wasn't it?
Lincoln, Taylor,
didn't one of them die in a
Harrison?
Duel?
I don't know. There's
I'm
been
not
8
sure,
presidents.
actually.
Technically speaking, I was right. FDR did die in office. April 12th, 1945.
Fuck FDR.
Yeah, fucking
fascist.
worst president ever.
Says 8 have died in office. I'm taking your word on that for right now.
Wilson was worse than FDR.
Yeah,
Wilson was the architect.
Wilson's the worst.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Taft was one of the worst because
he was pretty bad too.
Federal income tax is the reason. It's because of him.
Yep.
The reason you pay federal income tax Americans is because of that bastard. And he was a fat fucker too.
But also, don't forget, FDR did push the vast majority of shitty policies. That's still.
Hold on, I want to see if I can find this picture of William Taft. That was.
While you're doing that, Spoon, would you mind bringing up the last article I had to try and get out of because we've totally off base, but I do want to go through this real quick. It's the last thing that's related to Florida that I posted. Did I post it in the
cuties thing?
Yeah, that's that real quick. Just real quick.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah, I remember the view it through the stream. So.
Oh no! Oh, cool.
Just so we can.
Yeah, kind of stinks. USA Today sucks. But here's their article. Speaking of Florida, as we have been on and off, and then got off base.
This is Texas.
Netflix. So Texas, not Florida. Sorry, I don't know why I thought
Yeah.
this was in Florida.
And
But it's unrelated then. But I just want to talk about it because I don't give a shit, and I do give a shit, and I want. This makes me happy. Netflix indicted on felony charges in Texas for cuties promoting lewd material of children. Good. Netflix now facing felony charges for cuties as backlash against the controversial French film heads to the legal arena. A Tyler County, Texas grand jury indicted the streaming giant on September 23rd for promoting the lewd visual material against the peace and dignity of the state. The one-page indictment received by USA Today states that Netflix promoted, distributed, and exhibited material that depicts the lewd exhibition of the genitals or pubic area of a clothed or partially clothed child who was younger than 18 years of age for the prurient interest in sex. The document also states that the film held no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. I agree. From what the horrifying bits I've been exposed to.
Thankfully, I've never watched it, but do you know what the worst bit about this film? No. Do you know what the worst bit is about this film?
Huh?
This thing got an award in French cinema, and the person who gave it to him turned out to have very highly illegal content on his own personal computer.
That's not remotely a surprise, though.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised but it's still, Jesus.
I'm still waiting for a certain bread tuber from Beverly Hills to have his door kicked down by the FBI. I wonder who I'm talking about there.
Look, I don't know. On that point,
does his name begin with a V by any chance?
We all know who it.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I would say this: the Polish part of his family should have beaten him for his politics.
Who?
Just saying.
Ian Kuczynski. But anyway.
Yes.
But yeah,
yes, the fake Irishman, as I like to call him.
Well, imagine being named Ian Kuczynski and making your internet name Irish Laddie. Initially.
I know what utter blasphemy.
But anyway, let's just say Vosh has had some hot takes on the subject of
wait,
noncery, as we agreed earlier that nonceries were
wait, hold on. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna have to send you both something. Let me find it. Where is it? Oh, by the way, this is his own messages. Please show this to everyone, what I just posted.
This is the tip of the iceberg, my dude.
Oh, no, but like, people need
just put on screen for a second, I guess, Spoon, if you want to. Just put it up there for a minute while we finish up this conversation, I suppose. I've read his fucking argument, by the way, for why it's okay, which is that, well, if it's fine for all of us in this conversation, I'm sure, to have a computer that has parts that were manufactured by slave labor in Africa and China, which is a violation of human rights, then what's the problem with cheese pizza, right? That's the argument I've heard from him about it.
That's not a very good one.
It's not the same thing.
It's a pathetic one. Oh, I would say, really scroll into the statement in the bottom right. Really zoom in on that.
After I kill the capitalist, I fuck their neglected spouse on top of their corpse, and then the neglected children. You're doing a great service giving them the fucking of their life.
Yep. Now, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. If that's not an endorsement,
fucking weird.
I don't care. If that's an endorsement. That's an endorsement if I've never heard it.
I mean, look right now, over the last couple of days since Vosh... let's go over it, I guess. We have to, just real quick, because we've brought up Vosh. He got into a giant Twitter spat on Twitter with J.K. Rowling, where she destroyed him, honestly.
bringing
because
up
he
the
said
That's
fact
not
that,
saying much though.
let's just bring up the tweet real quick while we're on. I don't know how we got onto the Vosh
Oh,
topic.
what about the
Vosh.
abuse? Oh, what the abusive?
Because we were talking about child abuse. That's why. Obviously, move in.
And also bring
two
up
topics
cuties.
and cuties. The two topics that
Yeah.
go into each other. Is it in here? I did not have this prepared, but it's in this article.
I
If you want to
cannot
bring
find
this
this
up, Spoon.
picture of Taft's fat ass, and that is pissing me off.
Whose?
William Taft.
He did have a fat ass.
There's a picture
So,
of him climbing a tree, reaching for an apple, and it's really funny, and it's annoying
Seen
that I
I've
can't
seen
find
it,
it.
Yeah, I swear to God, I've seen that.
Yeah, because one of my
Um,
videos. That's why.
Oh, maybe it is why I've seen it. But just to because these streams are kind of recapping the last week, as most weekly political streams are, or whatever the hell this is. Just to go over what happened. Vosh got into a Twitter spat with J.K. Rowling. She said to him, I sent you the Newsweek article if you don't mind bringing it up.
I mean,
Well,
he is a fat fuck.
Wow, she looks
Was a
like a decent
fucking
human
white
being in
boy.
that photo. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
With
I'm
J.K.
sorry,
Rowling. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
people.
ahead.
I was just gonna say, I still see people try and defend J.K. Rowling. I'm just like, look, she's still a turf.
Yeah, she's
And
a
they are
turf.
still an enemy. She's still an enemy, okay? Listen, she's only look,
She's
when it comes to
just
the turf
not far
versus
left
the
enough for
turf.
them.
So here's the thing, all right? There's the turfs and then there's the tiffs. Okay? The turfs are 1% less retarded than the tiffs. Okay?
Sure.
That's it.
What they realize, the Turks basically realize, like, wait a minute, this has gone too far for me, right?
Yeah, us all just standing over here and we're just like, you think?
Right. Oh, also Emperor DMB, yeah, I did watch that, and if you guys want to see that too, it was pretty good. Sitch and Adam did cover. Vosh went nutty, like went complete ham on his own audience in response to this because they were not taking this well. So Vosh said, all J.K. Rowling had to do, is it Rowling or Rowling? I've heard Rowling a
Oh,
lot.
J.K. Rowling.
All right. All J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century. Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. So shut up, femoids. By the way, to be clear, I would say this from Vosh's perspective. I'll give you what I think his might be or his excuse might have been. I didn't watch the entirety.
he
I
was
watched some
drunk.
of that.
He was stupid.
No, that he thinks women is a political
Oh
term.
God, he's one of them.
Oh yeah,
Well,
for sure.
he does. Well, he does believe trans women are women. So yeah.
So he's broken.
So I think when
he's just an idiot.
When he's saying
Same
women
thing.
here, he might mean women who are not politically aligned with him
Oh, here's a picture.
or something, because women is according to him, women is a political
Fucking
term,
just trying to
not
find this picture.
there's no
no
genetic aspect there. It's just all politic.
Well, yeah, but he claims to be a man of empiricism, yet will ultimately believe a biological lie.
But it's leftist empiricism, which means where'd you post it?
It's in the chat.
Oh,
I can't see it. I don't see it.
It's on the
Post
stream.
it in the
There you
wrong
go.
chat. Spoon.
Right.
No, it's on the stream.
Oh, on the stream.
Yes,
oh, okay.
it's a picture of it. Looks like a small Jewish guy.
Wait, is it Watch Together one?
No, he posted it on the stream itself.
It's on the stream. It is a picture of
Oh, no,
William
it is.
Taft's fat ass.
Hang on.
I think it was this was income tax. I think this was during a time of some problems with the American economy, and Taft's proposal was to tax people more because that's how every fucking politician works. If there's a problem with austerity in the country, tax the shit out of people. Like, why?
You know what's really funny? You know what's funny? You know what's really funny? He makes Dr. Robotnik look skinny in that shot.
He does it like fucking Eggman though.
although it was rumored for years, Dr. Eggman's design was based off Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Supposedly it's just a mere coincidence.
Sure.
But
Just
yeah,
like it's a
those
mere
suspenders are hanging
coincidence
off for
that
dear
Vosh
life.
said this shit, and he was just joking. It was just a ha funny. It was a ha funny.
Yeah. Totally joking, but didn't offer the same.
Also, he didn't apologize and continued to call J.K. Rowling a turf, and said that she was being a crybaby. just to reiterate for people who haven't heard, what J.K. Rowling said in response to Vosh's "Women Be Quieter and Start Apologizing" challenge, she said, "What you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how tediously familiar I find your tactics. I had a violent ex-husband who used to tell me life would be great if only I'd comply. But you're making the same mistake he did. Women like me can't be bullied out of resistance." I don't like feminist shit, but good for you, lady. You shouldn't be bullied out of resistance by a creepo like Vosh. And his response. Go ahead. Sorry.
What do you expect from a typical male feminist?
I know. Oh, well, there is a weird correlation between male feminism and rape. I'll put it that way.
Or just sexual assault in general.
Sexual assault. So,
which reminds me, does everyone remember that long list of male feminists that were arrested or
there were so
prosecuted?
many.
But the funniest one, I will say,
Hollywood.
yeah, the funniest one, most of all, was James Dean. That was the funniest one.
Yeah.
That was by far the funniest one, especially when he did an interview with The Guardian, and the responses to it initially was freaking hilarious. Forgive me if you can hear that in the background.
It's it's just fascinating to see it be full mask off on the part of Vosh, who is pretty clear he doesn't freaking like women. He seems to like kids, but he doesn't like women.
I'll tell you why, because he's got a micro penis.
No, I'm saying he likes kids. He's a flaw.
Of course, because that's the only
philanthropist, not philanthropist. Sorry.
Like a certain Hungarian, which the English sadly
kids,
say.
Blacks, poor people, a philanthropist. Sorry, just an Always Sunny reference.
Wait. Come to think of it, since being brought up Hollywood. Yeah, his father was a filmmaker in Hollywood, so.
Wait, really?
Yeah. His father is a filmmaker in Hollywood. I mean, he lives in Beverly Hills for
I knew he was literally privileged.
The apple never falls far from the tree, as they say. I'm just saying.
Anywho.
Yes.
We have gotten through in a full hour. This show goes on for a while, kids. Feel free to leave whenever you.
I may have to pop out for a little bit, but I'll be back.
Sure, we're just we go however long we go, pretty much.
Don't worry, I've got plenty of drinks.
I'm just finding funny pictures here.
Well, Spoon and Keza, what would you guys rather do? Is get into the Ukraine stuff or get into COVID?
This picture perfectly. No, it's on the stream. This picture perfectly sums up the Trump presidency right there. A bunch of people looking confused, and Trump's like, "Yes, I am king, and fuck all people."
Okay, it just needs to show up on the stream.
Yeah,
why is John Bolton there?
I told you to
Absolute
post
asshole.
it here because it takes us a minute to see it.
Oh, for God.
We got it now. Don't worry.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, because John Bolton's there because he's a freaking.
He's just he's like, yes. Like as if someone he's really annoyed with just called his name and he's just looking at him like, No, what that look reminds me of? You know that like proper posh bitch who's just giving you a dirty look? Or because you I don't know, wore the wrong tie color or something? That's the kind of look I see on Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Ukraine stuff, and we won't have time to go through it, but have you actually read the phone call between Zelensky and Trump when Trump told him to maybe investigate that whole Burisma thing? It's the funniest shit.
I haven't heard the phone call, but I do remember seeing the transcript.
Oh, do you want to do it then? Could we do some theater?
I'm not going to read in Trump's voice.
I'll read in Trump's voice.
No, I'll do Trump's voice since I am the Supreme Emperor.
Okay, who wants to do Trump's voice? We don't have to read the whole thing, but it's really fucking funny.
Okay, bring me the script. Come on now.
I
did theater. I did theater as a kid.
I wasn't planning to do this, but
God damn it. I did theater as a kid, so hey.
Trump
I just gotta rub off some
It's so funny. First of all, all the people being like base Zelensky, when he is not in fact being based, which we'll get into. But I want you to read how he sounds in this document because it's hilarious. what a little bitch he
Okay.
is, and how much he. I mean, I think in my document, what did I say about it?
Okay.
Hang on. What did I say about Zelensky in this instance, referring to this phone call?
Okay. So you want me to be
It's
the
off
president?
CNN.
Yeah, I think I said something about how. I used the word wee wee. I remember, so that might help me find it. Oh, right. I said, in my document, which will be the video that happens, I said, I don't have time to cover the full contents of the call, although we will tonight, apparently. But suffice it to say, it could be best described as what political scientists refer to technically as a wee-wee suck on the part of Zelensky, with Trump casually encouraging him to look into that whole Shokin affair. This is what I would also define, technically, scientifically, as a wee-wee suck. And it's...
Oh, so
I
a
don't know
brown
where
noser
we're
then.
going with this, but it's making me nervous.
Have you read this, Spoon?
Of course, you and I read it together.
All right,
Yeah.
but it's a big wee suck. All right, who's starting? Am I Trump?
I'm the president. No, I'm the Trump. We already
All right,
established this.
I'll right. I'm
Now,
the
I'm not
femoid,
saying
so
shit.
I should be Zelensky. All right, so Spoon's opting out. All right,
Ready?
yeah, let's begin.
Congratulations on a great victory. We
No,
must
you're
all.
gonna do
We must
Trump.
what?
You do Trump. You do Trump. By the way,
Oh yes, forgive
congratulations
me.
on a great
Congratulations
victory.
on a great victory. We all watched from the United States, and you did a terrible job.
Do it.
Terrific job. The way you came out from behind, somebody who wasn't given much of a chance, and you ended up winning easily. It's a fantastic achievement. Congratulations.
I'm removing your Trump privileges, not because you
Yeah, fuck off.
can't. You got to get into it, man. Like you
Yeah.
look. Maybe it's an American thing. No offense, but I'm not saying I'm good at it. But you gotta squish your face, make it real tiny. You make your
Yes,
mouth really tiny.
let me just put on a gladly, Aidan. Let me just put on the crash helmet. That's 2 sizes too small for me.
You
So I
gotta
look
make
like
your
a fat kid trapped in there, like you stank face.
All right, you're all right.
Congratulations on a great victory. We
Yeah,
all
there you
watched
go.
from the United States, and you did a terrific job. The way you came from behind somebody who wasn't given much of a chance, and you ended up winning easily. It's a fantastic achievement. Congratulations.
You're absolutely right, Mr. President. We did win big and we worked hard for this. We worked a lot, but I would like to confess to you that I had an opportunity to learn from you. We used quite a few of your skills and knowledge, and were able to use it as an example for our elections. And yes, it is true that these were unique elections. We were in a unique situation that we were able to achieve unique success. I am able to tell you the following. The first time that you called me to congratulate me when I won my presidential election, and the second time you are now calling me when my party won the parliamentary election, I think I should run more often so you can call me more often and we can talk over the phone more often.
That's a very good idea. I think your country's very happy about that.
You're basically JFK at this point, but it's good enough.
Well, excuse me, but I'm trying to like squish my face up.
I know you're gonna be doing your piece all time. You wear Quimby with JFK, so there's some Trump in there too. Well, to tell you the truth, I mean, I know what Zelensky sounds like, but not in English, so I'm totally making shit up. Well, to tell you the truth, we are working hard because we wanted to drain the swamp here in our country. We brought in many, many new people, not the old politicians, not the typical politicians, because we want to have a new format and a new type of government. You are a great teacher for us in that.
Well, it is very nice for you to say that. I will say that we do a lot for Ukraine. We spend a lot of time and effort, and much more than the European countries are doing, and they should be helping you more than they are. Germany does almost nothing for you. All they do is talk, and I think it's something that you should really ask them about. When I was speaking to Angela Merkel, she talked Ukraine, but she doesn't do anything. A lot of European countries at the same time, so I think that's something you want to look at. But the United States has always been very, very good to Ukraine.
Very, very good. That's like
So,
you can
yeah,
hear.
very good.
We've been very good to you.
Very
Okay,
good.
okay.
I wouldn't say it is reciprocal necessarily because things are happening that are not good, but the United States has always been very, very good to Ukraine.
It's funny, like, I didn't know if we should read the whole thing, and it's probably enough, but, like, the point is, if you read this call, it is so Trump Trump is just being like, yeah, we're great friends with Ukraine. Yeah, it's excellent. Of course, it's fantastic because everything I do is fantastic. And Zelensky, you've heard most of it. Like, there's a little bit more to this call, but I don't want to read the whole thing as it goes on. And it's easily available. Basically, Zelensky sits there. He smokes Trump's wee for like 20 minutes or ever how long that went on for. And then now apparently he didn't like Trump so much. I don't think so. Doesn't seem that way.
Wasn't for Trump,
At
the
least.
country wouldn't have been invaded.
Well,
What I find most funny about all of this, did any of you seen articles of how Zelensky was being reported all before the shit kicked off?
he was widely believed to be corrupt.
Oh yeah, he was tarnished.
That's because he is corrupt
relentlessly
as holy
by the media.
bollocks.
Of course he
Oh
is.
no! The best bit is him siding with being like in bed with neo-Nazis. You know,
Oh,
him
yeah.
making Ukraine poor as fuck, among
We're
other
well,
things.
yeah, I got all that.
I'm just
shit.
laughing at the honest.
So I got all that. We could get into the in bed with neo-Nazis. There's less evidence of him being in bed with neo-Nazis as like everybody else in Ukraine. But I would say, have you seen the video that because he was an actor before he was president. Have you seen the infamous video?
It's really gay.
Let's watch it.
I knew you were gonna say that as soon as you
Yeah,
said.
I'm glad we still got that watch together open. And for anyone who hasn't
not working
seen
for me.
this, it's really
Gay.
it's really
Yeah, the watch.
now when I
The
sent
watch
it
everything's not working for me.
when I sent it to Spoon, I told him, "Have you seen this gay video that Zelensky was in?" And Spoon, basically, you responded to me and you said,
Oh,
when
God,
you said
that
gay, I
video.
thought you meant like in a disparaging, like you meant stupid. No, I didn't. I meant literally gay. Do you have the watch together still up, Spoon?
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, are you ready?
If the numbers drop, I'm gonna start blaming you for this shit, by the way.
All right. You ready, guys? We got a nice got a nice video here.
So
This is the president of Ukraine. He's the one. That's him. That's the president of Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky. That's what, there he is. Oh, it's great, isn't it? Don't you want him to be your president too? Go fly to Ukraine and fight in the army, in the militia. Nuclear overlord.
You know what makes me laugh about this? Not even the YMCA had
I think we're gonna get claimed, so I think I'll stop.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think we might get claimed, but I think you guys all got the idea of what was going on there, right? I did talk over it the whole time, but still.
No, what you needed was the intermission sound effect from Monty Python to play
Yeah,
over it.
yeah,
and you'd be good.
So
But yeah, guys, that's
Putin is
Volodymyr
purging
that's-
them from the gays and the Nazis. Like, the more I see, the more I feel less bad about his invasion. Like,
And for absolutely no
like,
reason whatsoever, the
mm.
Austrian painter got voted into office.
Very true. Very true.
You demanded link? Oh, God. Okay, fine.
If you want a link, just type in Zelensky dance, you'll find it. It's not the only thing he did. If people weren't aware, I think we discussed it last week a little bit, but in 2015, he starred in a TV show on Ukrainian television that was about how he was this impassioned teacher who was really upset with the corruption in Ukraine, and he gave an angry speech in front of his class, and someone recorded it. It goes viral, and then he becomes president of Ukraine in the show. I mean, just kind of weird. Just a little weird.
So is that life imitating art? I gotta know.
I don't know.
No, I think it's insulting to call that shit art.
Well, by the way, I've seen the show. I've watched a decent amount of it. It's pretty cute. It's funny. Like it's very Parks and Rec-y, I would say, but
Yeah.
Ukrainian.
And you ended up with Russia invading your country.
Look. I would say if you're gonna advertise a show, this is how you do it.
I don't think there is any show that I would advertise in this.
No. This is the
Except for
perfect
maybe
way to
Shin
advocate.
Chan.
Shin Chan's pretty good.
Shin
But,
Chan is
no.
funny as hell. If anyone doesn't know what Shin Chan is, why? Shin Chan is funny as hell.
Okay. Just showed everyone this clip I
Or
just
Jeremy
posted.
Clarkson.
I
right?
don't know if we can play it.
Why
No,
is
it's
everyone
fine.
asking me to fucking show
'Cause
some
you're-
shit?
Got the fucking keys, that's why.
No, you're the
By
one in
the way,
control of
just
the
let-
freaking
just
watch together,
Just
not
real
me.
quick, just to be clear about that
As
TV
you.
show, in the TV show, the name of the show is Servant of the People, and that's what Zelensky called his political party. The exact same name as the TV show.
Yep. And
Yeah,
people
that's a
say
bit of a
having
creepy coincidence.
Totally. So, would you please?
Yeah, someone knows Shin Chan. Well done. These people in the chat know Shin Chan. Bit of an
And
obscure
yes, that
reference.
video has been spammed on 4chan for weeks since this shit started.
You need
but...
honor and a
So-
penis.
So,
Being a
would you
man
please?
must have honor and a penis.
So, would you please, Aiden or Spoon?
And you put that
This
crap
is
because I'm not fucking going to.
Oh, okay.
But
All right.
this is
I
how
hope
you
this doesn't
advertise
get
your
us
service.
claimed. Or I blame you
shouldn't.
because
You shouldn't be. Don't worry. I will compensate you if needed.
all right.
Jeremy Clarkson had a farm. Oh, shit. Fox. Bad. And on that farm he had some sheep. Fuck shit. Ox crack leather. Shit. Here and a shit. There. Here a. There a. Everywhere a. Fox. Jeremy Clarkson had a farm. Fox. Fucking hell. For more uncensored, non-organic farming, tune in to Clarkson's Farm.
That's pretty good,
There
though.
you go. That is pretty good. I actually told Spoon just this week. My husband introduced me to Top Gear because I always kind of thought it like I don't really care about cars, and then I was like, holy shit! Wait a minute, Top Gear is freaking hilarious.
Yes, because it's three middle-aged men just acting like children.
Yeah,
With
it's
a
great.
lot of very, very expensive cars.
With a lot of very
Yeah.
expensive cars.
Oh wait, speaking of which, do both of you two know the reason why Jeremy Clarkson was fired from Top Gear?
No.
Because he punched a guy.
To put it into context, when he was done filming a shoot, they were stuck at the place and there was no food, and Clarkson was so freaking mad that he punched the producer in the face. Because he is a violent and stupid idiot.
That's kind of base, though, to be honest.
I think it was
Oh
apparently for
my.
not getting him steak,
And, it
which
was
is like the
literally
most
'cause
South African thing I've ever heard.
Oh,
You
bro.
punching someone for not
Uh,
getting you
I'm
steak.
hungry. I haven't
That's
eaten
fucking
today.
base.
Forgot to
Okay,
eat
let
it.
me see if I can
You're
find
the
the
weirdest
other-
person. I don't know anyone else who can forget to eat food. That's just fucking weird.
I just forgot.
I don't know how you forget to eat.
Whatever.
It doesn't
I'll
make
eat
any
later.
sense to
I'll
me.
eat after the stream. Anywho, where are we at? Oh, let's talk about. Speaking of
Let's do
Zelensky,
it.
let's talk about Zelensky. We're in it now. So he said the other day that Ukraine will definitely not join NATO
Isn't that a
during
good
the
thing?
filling of
Believe
Kyiv.
Who seriously believes him?
Well, the thing
Who-
is, the whole history, if you understand it, is that Ukraine has been in a very tenuous position with NATO for a very long time, and I mean a very long time now, and with Russia as well. Russia has never wanted Ukraine to be part of NATO because they, as we'll get into specifically, they want NATO to be basically a buffer between
Yeah.
the East and the West.
The
the reason
West
why-
is gay.
The reason why Russia feels that way, and we can go over it in very autistic detail if you would like, but if you guys would like, the reason why Russia feels that way and has felt that way since Gorbachev is that since it was still the Soviet Union, is that NATO is clearly well they say that it's just defensive, but that's not the way Russia. I mean, you can say that till the cows come home. You can say NATO is defensive, but that's not how the Russians see it. And when you're putting troops and military equipment into all of these countries that become part of NATO, well, you have to understand from the Russian perspective, it looks like you're surrounding them, right? Militaristically.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is Alaska to bring out a giant gun pointing at Siberia, and then you just need the Chinese and Uzbekistan and all those fake states to come in, and yeah, they're quite literally surrounded.
They've been surrounding them for 30 years. Excuse me, 30 years.
I know. I was talking about a literal surrounding.
Yeah, it is a literal
I
surrounding.
mean, what would be even funny if the North Pole joined NATO? Then they'll be
Right.
really fucked.
But Zelensky said on this was yesterday, as of the time of this stream, it is clear Ukraine is not a member of NATO. We understand this. Zelensky said, for years we heard about the apparently open door, but have apparently also heard that we were not to enter there. And these truths must be acknowledged. These are truths that must be acknowledged. He is correct. Ukraine was told, basically, it's an open door, but also, not really. Not for you.
Yeah.
Many times over the year, Ukraine has been, they were in the partnership, or this partnership for peace stuff that they offered to Russia, or Ukraine wasn't part of that, but partnership for peace was supposed to be like an alternative to NATO involvement that Gorbachev, or was it Yeltsin? I think partnership for peace might have been Yeltsin.
Probably
Yep.
Yeltsin, I think.
Yeah, I think that is Yeltsin.
I mean, what's funny is, as Riley Robo pointed out, the
Yeah,
best
it's Yeltsin.
defense is a good offense.
For sure. A good
Yeah.
defense is, yeah, sure.
And with
But-
Russia, that means nukes.
It does mean nukes. And it was made very clear, by the way, to the United States many times over in documents that Russia was going to see NATO membership, specifically for Ukraine and Georgia, as an act of preemptive war. The U.S. and NATO were told that by Russian, by the not the ambassadors to Russia as far back as like 1990, also told by Gorbachev, and Yeltsin made it clear too, don't do this NATO stuff. Because Russia's not going to accept it. Of course they weren't going to accept it. Now, we could go over some of the lies about this that have come out. So the lies, for example, about the NATO encroachment is that Gorbachev, for example, there's Gorbachev said in 2014, he said, well, I never discussed NATO involvement. I never discussed NATO expansion. All the times I met with all those people back during the both before and after the fall of the Soviet Union, they never discussed NATO advancement. But the problem for Gorbachev in making that statement in 2014 is that in 2017, the U.S. declassified the documents. And it was said, not 1 inch east of Germany. 4 times over with James Baker. 4 times over. He said not 1 inch east or variation of that quote. Not 1 inch east. And Gorbachev can change his mind, and I don't know why he decided to lie about it. I don't. But that's what happened.
Because he's a communist, and that's what they do.
Maybe.
Or maybe he was just trying to save his own skin. But to be fair, you could argue from a raw technicality, they didn't advance eastwards by an inch. They advanced by miles.
Very true. You're right. There you go. I've heard some of the arguments that I've heard to justify the NATO expansion are clown shoe shit. But before I get into that, real quick, the Void That Bites. Thank you for $10. I sent it into the Broken Crown email since that was the one I was given. I can send a bump email in case it got buried. It didn't get buried. I just haven't checked that email. Sorry about that Void That Bites. I will get back to you within the next day. Okay. Also, Slav television is cringe. Some of it seems pretty cool, but I don't know. I'm outside of I'm not Slavic, and I've never lived in a Slavic country.
I will say, but the whole thing about agreements, as far as I'm concerned, if it's not written down, it is utterly worthless. It's like the garbage of gentlemen's agreement.
So that is the argument I was going to say that I hate. It's the exact argument I was going to say that I hate. But I think I just think it was wrong. I think it was I don't like that argument. That get it in writing next time, loser. I don't like that.
Sorry, Aiden. I know that may annoy you, But ultimately, under a court of law, if it's not written down, it's basically a he said, she said argument, and it'll be thrown out.
True. I mean,
I
yeah,
mean,
in
unless
law,
you have
like, yeah, sure,
unless
but
you,
I don't, I
unless you
don't.
have recordings, unless you have like video recordings or audio recordings,
But yeah,
then that's a different.
it's in the meeting note, the minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
So it
But
was
what I'm saying,
recorded in that sense.
yeah. But like what I'm saying is that in a general, I'm just using this as a
He means the
generalized term.
agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In terms of a generalized thing, unless it's official, it's bullshit.
A
As the
friend of mine
expression
just
goes.
said me something very good. I asked him
What
what is
was
his
that?
take on the whole world right now, and he said propaganda gets more funding, but it doesn't win wars.
Yeah, funny
That's a
that.
good point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wise words.
I agree with you on, that you are correct. That yeah, the problem is Gorbachev did not get it in writing, and nor did Yeltsin. But by the way, by the time Yeltsin's in, the U.S. and NATO start changing their tone real quick.
well,
There's a
actually,
video
speaking of him, sorry, there's something I have to bring up, right?
with
So
Yeltsin.
he became with Yeltsin, right? He became president of Russia in '96, correct?
No, he was president of Russia long before that.
Before that,
Or
I'm
am I thinking of his second term? Or am I thinking of his second
Second
term in
term, probably.
'96? Right, his second term in '96, right? Do you
He
all remember
becomes
that
31.
Times Magazine article that they did on that election? Does anyone here
No.
remember that?
No,
I do not
because
know.
I was like 6 years old.
Oh no, I'll find it. It's freaking hilarious. Let me just find it quickly.
I did not have connections with communism as a child,
Oh
No,
no,
nor
it's
did I.
absolutely.
despite being called Fidel Castro. That was about it.
Eh.
That was actually my nickname as a kid by my parents. Don't ask why.
Why?
I have
You-
no idea.
I know what you look like. You don't look like
we go.
Castro. So
No, I
Here
don't
we
like
go.
Castro at all, which is just weird. I didn't have
Maybe
a
you
beard
did
or
as a
smoked a
baby.
cigar at the age of like 8, so
Well, my
So,
parents used to prank call each other as Idi Amin, so I don't know.
Don't forget about classic Yellow Pages.
wow. So
Yeah.
all monarchists
You are
apparently
posted
are.
in the chat. I posted this to the chat. This was from
No.
Times Magazine back in 1996.
Wow.
Wow, that's a very
Could you put
flattering
that on
picture.
stream?
Yeah,
Spoon?
that was back in 1996. Now, shall we ignore this is the same magazine who should have admitted that there was a secret cabal who fortified the 2020 election?
It was the
I'm
same
just
magazine,
saying.
now wasn't it?
I'm
How
just
interesting.
saying. I'm just saying, ladies
What
and
a
gentlemen.
coincidence.
Yeah, I'm just saying. And also, can we also bring up the numerous amount of times Democrat leaders of America have fiddled with international politics and elections?
I've been told recently that all of that's fake.
Oh, really, really, really? Even
Oh, it's all
though
fake.
WikiLeaks dumped it, proved that Obama
Unironically,
interfered
my
in the
dude, over the
2012.
last 2-3 weeks, I have been told that all the WikiLeaks are fake. Everything is fake. None of it's
fake.
real. The US would never do anything like this. It's
Yeah,
honestly
Oh yeah,
astonishing
totally,
to me.
totally. Yeah, no, totally. Did everyone forget Obama trying to tell people like me to vote Remain because we'll be in the back of the queue? I wish I was on that. I wish I was there when he made that speech because I would have
It's just
reminded Barack.
gaslighting.
No,
It's
I would have reminded Barack that his time
Barry.
was up. We told him to know his fucking place, and also
Yeah.
as he came over to my island to say hello, to give the Queen of England a happy birthday, he could have given her the almighty president of handing over the United States after 240 years worth of independence. Because ultimately he doesn't support national sovereignty, so why doesn't he practice like you pitch? If he were to try and come back at me, I'll remind him that you're in my fucking country now, know your fucking place.
Nice.
By the way, wasn't Hitler a Time Magazine Person of the Year at one point?
Yeah, I
He
think
was,
so.
so was Joseph Stalin.
I was going to say,
Hitler
it was
might have got it
Stalin
twice,
as well.
actually. Yeah, Hitler might
Time's
have got
got
it twice,
an
actually.
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, hell,
season
Putin
there
was on it.
history.
Putin's been on it. Angela Merkel was in 2015 because of the refugee
Well,
crisis.
they still like her. So.
Sorry. Sorry, did I say refugee crisis? I meant refugees crisis.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think flooding
But,
your country is worthy of being put on Time Magazine.
It's
Yeah.
Hitler would be rolling over in his grave.
obviously.
I mean, supposedly he would have made my city the capital of the United Kingdom.
Oh, there you go.
Supposedly, that's an old tale, though. So,
Going back to the Gorbachev and NATO stuff real quick. So I don't like that argument of get it in writing next time, loser. I do understand where it comes from, but
Still gay.
We're gonna, hang on, we're trying to, like, end this 70 or 60-year war, or Cold War, that had gone on between these countries, and it was clearly, to me, when you look at it,
A complete waste of
attempts
time.
at good faith from the Russians, that they were like, "We're done with this. It's over. Now we want a place in the West." And I'm not just saying that out of my ass. There's all these meetings. It's said over and over. We want to be part of the West. We want to be part of Europe. We want to have a place in the future. And we do not want to be in the position that we've been backed into, or put into, or put ourselves into over the last 70 years. We want to be part of the West. And to their faces, the Western leaders said, yeah. I mean, I'll read you through some of it in terms of it wasn't just that James Baker talk of the not 1 inch east, right? It was a
Yep.
whole bunch. Let me find this in my script. It wasn't just James Baker. Here we go. On February 90th, James Baker, who was, on December 2nd and 3rd of 1989, just 2 weeks before the fall of the Berlin Wall, Gorbachev met with President George H.W. Bush at the Malta Summit to discuss the rapid changes happening in Europe. During this talk, Bush argued that his administration had not condescended against the Soviet Union during recent events, and that he was dedicated to not, quote, climb on the Berlin Wall and make broad declarations, which Gorbachev recognized as a sign of political goodwill. But then, as mentioned, just weeks later, there was no more wall for Bush to climb on top of, surely to his chagrin, as we all know how much the Bushes like knocking down buildings. Sorry, that's a joke from my script. Soon after, on February 9th of 1990, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker, who was also present at the Malta Summit, met with Gorbachev in Moscow. In this talk, Baker stated that the U.S. His allies were still requesting her military presence in the form of NATO, which was described by NATO as there, because it hadn't been brought up before that. But that these allies, the second that the allies were opposed to their presence, the troops would be sent home. Gorbachev responded that a unified Germany probably would demand as much, to which Baker reassured him, quote, NATO is the mechanism for securing the U.S. presence in Europe. If NATO is liquidated, there will be no such mechanism in Europe. We understand that not only for the Soviet Union, but for other European countries as well, it is important to have guarantees that if the United States keeps its presence in Germany within the framework of NATO, not an inch of NATO's present military jurisdiction will spread in an eastern direction. We believe that consultations and discussions within the framework of the 2+4 mechanism should guarantee that Germany's unification will not lead to NATO's military organization spreading to the east. Gorbachev further proposed that a unified Germany should be part of both NATO and the Warsaw Pact, basically placing it under the protection of both defensive agreements, and seemingly assuring that Germany would be where East and West met, in collaboration, not in opposition to one another. However, Gorbachev went on to state that whether or not Germany became part of NATO, any broadening of the NATO zone was not acceptable, and Baker fully agreed. The next day, Gorbachev met with German Chancellor Helmut Kohl, who also seemed to agree with both men, stating he believed that NATO should not expand its scope. On April 11th, the British Foreign Minister, Douglas Hurd, met with Gorbachev and similarly expressed that Britain, quote, recognized the importance of doing nothing to prejudice Soviet interests and dignity. And on May 31st, Bush also reassured Gorbachev at the Washington summit that, quote, we have no intention, even in our thoughts, you lying motherfucker, to harm the Soviet Union in any fashion. That is why we are speaking in favor of German unification in NATO without ignoring the wider context of the CSCE, that's the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. And that interests of the West corresponded with the Soviet interests as well. In June, Margaret Thatcher expressed, quote, we must find ways to give the Soviet Union confidence that its security would be assured. That's within a couple of months, right? They all told Gorbachev, we're not going to fuck with you at all. We're not going, east on this with this NATO thing. And they lied. They lied, and they lied to Yeltsin as well. I can get into the part where they lied to Yeltsin, because they straight up fucking lied. And I sent this video to Spoon, but there's a video with Yeltsin and Bush palling around, being real friendly with one another. By the way, Yeltsin was an absolute drunk, to be clear.
You mean
But
Clinton?
Clinton probably was too. But here's what I mean.
I'd be drinking too if I was married to Hillary.
Oh, no, not Clinton was a drunk. Yeltsin was a fucking drunk, but he might have been as well. I said it's not just Yeltsin who heard mixed messaging from the Americans concerning NATO and the Partnership for Peace, as on January 11th of 1994, Bill Clinton met with the Czech president, Václav Havel, and told him that the Partnership for Peace wasn't really a partnership, but instead a fast-track program into NATO membership, but that the U.S. didn't intend to, quote, draw another line dividing Europe a few hundred miles to the east. Although, as he continued, he clarified that this seemingly wasn't because the US didn't intend to exclude Russia, but rather because at the time there was no consensus on how to extend security guarantees of NATO, and because they were unsure of how the Russians would respond to NATO expansion. So, wow, Bill Clinton is talking to Boris Yeltsin in public, and Yeltsin is saying he can't deal with this NATO crap. And I can bring up Yeltsin's exact statement on it. He is going behind Yeltsin's back, talking to the president of the Czech Republic, and telling him, "Oh yeah,
statement was,
we're definitely going to expand. We're definitely going to." Yeltsin, in September of '94, according to the memoirs of Strobe Talbot, then Deputy Secretary of State, Clinton reassured Yeltsin, quote, emphasizing inclusion, not exclusion. NATO expansion is not anti-Russian. It is not intended to be exclusive of Russia, and there is no imminent timetable. The broader, higher goal is European security, unity, and integration, a goal I know you share. This is the shit Bill Clinton was telling Yeltsin.
Yeah, honestly, that statement there, where expansion of NATO is not anti-Russia, just like being BLM doesn't make you anti-white. Totally doesn't. Totally doesn't.
Totally.
Yeah, totally. But I mean, to be
I don't
honest,
think it does make you white or anti-white, because all of their owners buy houses in white neighborhoods. So that's something.
Well, that's true, but they're trying to blacken up white neighborhoods. And then again,
that's not going to happen. Those people specifically want houses away from black people because black people, commit more crime. And it's funny enough, whenever they go, it devalues the property. I wonder how that happens.
So, what you're saying is that the likes of Chicago, Detroit, the Bronx, and Baltimore should all pack up and move to California to devalue it to the point where no one wants to live there.
It's already devalued.
Of course.
No, properly devalued the shit out of it.
What, turning into like a shithole?
Well, no, just devalue it to the point that Silicon Valley will pack up and fuck off.
And go where? At least if they're in California, they're contained.
True.
Touche. I mean, some people would like to give California back to Mexico, but I don't think the Mexicans would want that.
I don't think they deserve that kind of wealth.
Touche, but let's be frank here, all the wealth is situated in Silicon Valley and Hollywood.
Yeah, very true.
People.
Real quick,
yes.
Blue Bell Fleur, cue Tyler the Creator clip. It's in my script. Tyler the Creator, well, that was a fucking lie. It's right here. It's actually in my freaking script, that clip.
Yes. Or just insert the why the fuck you lying.
I mean, I have that.
Lying?
I have that part too.
That is true, yeah.
It gets worse though. The part that makes me sad. The part that makes me actually sad. In May of '95, Clinton traveled to Moscow to reassure Yeltsin of the same thing, that NATO had no intentions to expand. I'll read the whole. Sorry, let me restart. Al Gore visited Russia later that month. That would have been in September of 1994. To try and smooth over the ongoing tensions raised during the Budapest summit, which was a fucking shit show from what I can tell. But his method of doing that was to repeat the same song and dance as Christopher, who I talked about earlier, is another guy from the US who basically told Yeltsin that he gaslit him and said, we never promised any of that, which was to claim that Yeltsin had simply misunderstood the US and NATO's intentions to expand. Christopher claimed that the reason Yeltsin didn't understand is because he was blasted off his mind, off his tits. And he might have been, because he often was. Like, look up Yeltsin drunk compilation. You'll find some shit, okay? That man was very often drunk. Although he did again reiterate that this expansion would be gradual and would no way leave Russia out of Europe's security architecture. In May of 95, Clinton himself traveled to Moscow to reassure Yeltsin of the same thing, that NATO expansion would be slow and gradual and the US had no intentions to undermine Russia's security interests. However, Yeltsin also remained adamant that, quote, and this is the quote I wanted to get to, "I see nothing but humiliation for Russia if you proceed. Why do you want to do this? We need a new structure for pan-European security, not an old one. But for me to agree to the borders of NATO expanding towards those of Russia, that would constitute a betrayal on my part of the Russian people." That's what Yeltsin said in 94.
Yeah, the fact that they even reference pan-Europeanism, just really, bro? Really? You seriously mention pan-Europeanism?
Well, yeah. Point is,
I mean, a certain OM chap would be tossing himself often relentlessly hearing that term. Although,
know.
as for that cunt, I have more hatred for his bastard son for what he did. But that's a personal matter.
Wait, who, Joe Biden?
No. When I said OM,
I know.
Which leader of a infamous party in Britain has the initials OM who mentioned pan-Europeanism?
Wait, actually, I don't know who you're referring to then.
Oswald Mosley.
Okay, yeah.
No, but his bastard son Max, on the other hand, I would
Is
love
he
to go
not
to hell.
based?
Let's just say, you know how people on our side of the fence would love to go to hell just to have a little talk with Karl Marx?
Okay.
Well, you see, I would like to have a word with Mr. Max Mosley.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Of
Anyway,
all the
I want to
people in
do-
hell, that's the person you want to have a conversation with?
Oh no! I would love to deal with Karl Marx, but you see, Max Mosley on no. That's personal. That's very
okay.
personal.
Anyway, I know what you're talking about. No, that's fine. I got it. My point in bringing all that up, though, is that the claims are basically that the U.S. we never made these kinds of deals. We never talked this way with Russia. Well, we did. In fact, that Christopher guy, he lied about it, which is crazy.
Democrats lie? How have I heard this before?
Yeah, he was Secretary of State Warren Christopher. He said in his personal memoir published in 2001 that the Partnership for Peace would inevitably lead to NATO membership for other nations, and that Yeltsin was simply drunk at the time and didn't understand what that was supposed to mean. And I said, to be fair, not a ridiculous claim. Yeltsin was often drunk. However, the declassified American written cable notes on the meeting, released in 2018, painted a different picture from that account. In those notes, Christopher discussed Russia's full participation in the future security of Europe, and that no country would be excluded from the partnership, which was a partnership, not a membership. In response to Christopher's proposal, Yeltsin stated that it served to dissipate all tension in Russia regarding Eastern European states' aspirations to join NATO, and that it, quote, would have been an issue for Russia, particularly if it left us as second-class status. Now, under your idea, we are all equal, and it will ensure equal participation on the basis of partnership. So for anybody who comes out at you right now, and to everybody listening, if you start hearing people who are saying, well, the US and NATO, we never made any kind of agreement with Russia that we weren't going to do this shit. We did. Not just Gorbachev, because that's one of the hilariously stupid arguments that makes you want to that, well, we made that agreement with Gorbachev and that he was in charge of the Soviet Union. He was not Russian president. Okay, well, we said the same shit to Yeltsin, who was president of the Russian Federation. So fuck off with your lies. I'm tired of it, man. It really pisses me off.
Those people don't deserve respect.
I don't know why they are lying. Why the fuck are you lying? You know, why?
Aiden, the truth is highly inconvenient to them. That's the reason. Remember that.
Well, it is right now.
Yeah,
that we lied to Russia. That we treated them like shit.
But you gotta look this in context, right? We are not them. Okay?
Yeah.
We might be on the same side as them, quote unquote, on certain aspects, but doesn't mean we are them. We are connected but separate. There's the
Yeah.
difference. And all those who still buy into the US propaganda, I'm sorry, did you not pay attention to 9/11?
Did
The
you not pay attention to the last year of lies regarding COVID?
Oh yeah, no. Or the Russiagate conspiracy,
Right.
or
Well,
weapons of
this is
mass
just
destruction,
Russiagate 2.0, obviously.
or
And then it's like, why does
the
Putin
2008
not
recession.
trust NATO? Because we've been
Or
lying about you and breaking promises for 30 years.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, yeah,
Russia.
yeah,
Call me a
yeah,
Putin
yeah,
simp if you like, but that's the reality.
yeah. It's almost like I mean, no. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go there. I mean, I'll put it to you this way for those who don't understand, right? Think America as Muslims practicing taqi, and Russia is the apostates. That's how you got to
Sure.
think of it, okay?
Yeah.
Explain it to a normie that way, especially the so-called atheist normies. Then they'll understand.
Yeah. Well, I guess it is a problem. You have to do it that way. But
Yep.
we have treated Russia absolutely terribly. Now, you don't have to like Russia, but just from their perspective, we have treated them like shit. We've lied, we've fucked around, and we've done it consistently. And it doesn't even start with Ukraine. It starts with I mean, not or it starts with where I said it started with lying to Gorbachev, but we did it in Libya too.
Yep.
And Russia's
Well,
not innocent here. They did invade Crimea. Okay, for example.
2014, which everyone forgot about.
Well, now they're remembering it, but the fact of the matter is also that why? Okay, Kiza, do you know why Russia invaded Crimea?
If memory serves, wasn't it due to a revolution pushed about from the European Union, which made
Yes.
the elected government at the time had to? I believe they had to flee the country. In
The
which case,
previous
Putin,
government, the Yanukovych government, did flee the country after he was deposed following the Euromaidan revolution, which is also called. So some people call it a coup. The pro-Ukrainian stance that I'm sure everybody on Twitter with the Ukraine flag in their profile would call it, if they even knew that it happened, is the revolution of dignity. Not
totally,
at all
totally.
skewed.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I remember when that shit was kicking off because the European Union was being their typical thing, and trying to encourage Ukraine joining because they literally had Croatia join the year before, back in 2013, as they were the newest members.
When did Croatia join? It would have
It was
been
2013. 2013, because they were the last country to join it.
Yeah. Wait, why do I have
Because
this right here?
because the European Union at the time was trying to get the entirety of the Balkans as well as Ukraine in at the same time.
No, wait. Croatia was not ever. Are they now part of NATO?
No. I'm talking about the European Union.
Oh.
Yeah, because the European is well known at the time. The European Union was doing a lot of political, well, you could say propaganda, but a lot of encouragement to.
Yeah, they got in 2009.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Was it 2009 or was it 2013? Croatia got in.
For Croatia, but it was in 2008. They were offered. They debated. They were offered a membership action plan. NATO did to Croatia, Georgia, and Ukraine. Ukraine never actually got ascended into NATO, but Croatia did get ascend into NATO in 2009. So yeah.
Oh, right. I was talking about European Union membership because.
Oh, sorry. I keep getting confused.
A lot of but the EU itself does have a lot of hand to play into what caused the chaos in Croatia, Crimea, and then obviously the elected leaders had to flee, kind of had to do what the Portuguese monarchy had to do when they flee to Brazil at the time of Napoleon, which temporarily speaking, Rio de Janeiro was the capital of Portugal. Not gonna lie, that is a historical fact. Please Google it if you think I'm lying. And and then Putin was like, "Fuck this shit, that's on my doorstep," and basically sorted it all out pretty damn quickly, if memory serves. I think it was within 6 months all that stuff was sorted.
Yeah.
And then the Obama administration responded in with massive sanctions.
Yes. Curious,
So, yeah.
right?
No, not surprised. Not surprised whatsoever.
I mean, I'm
No,
not surprised, but it should be curious for people who are listening.
no, but that's the thing though. Like
What
when
we
people are
found
talking
about
about
it.
Ukraine, only one person I knew at work personally remembered Crimea because everyone forgot about it.
Well, yeah, until recently. Again, until recently. Now it's a big deal.
Even recently they completely forgot about Crimea. Even still, they
Well,
forgot about Crimea. That's
I,
what makes me laugh about this
I
whole
would
thing.
say, first of all, before I say what I was about to say, a Jeddah Bob 13 for $5. Thank you for the donation. I think confirmation with propaganda can fool even those of us who try to understand, and I agree 100%. That's why, you know, I guess the funny thing, I spent basically a month just every freaking day. Again, like I said, I started to learn Cyrillic on accident. I spent looking into this. Not because I have a political agenda. I mean, I have politics. Everybody knows that. I have political opinions, clearly. Obviously. But not on this, because I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know anything about it. So I had to look into it, and I realized it's like, holy shit. The US has done some fucky wuckies, okay, in Ukraine. A lot of them. Quite a few fucky
Yeah.
wuckies.
Yeah, don't forget Operation Cyclone with the certain group in a certain region and part of the world that was that was territorially controlled by the USSR at the time.
Well, we've
Which
done it outside of Ukraine. You're talking about operations.
oh yeah,
Operation
Paperclip.
Odyssey Dawn. Complete fucking bullshit where the US. Okay, well, I'm switching gears real quick, talking about Libya real
Yeah.
quick. But, like, if you're not aware of what happened in Libya, basically, around this same period of time, it's been around 2014 as well, I believe, was that the US, there were these protesters, the Arab Spring protesters, and they said, Muammar Gaddafi is completely corrupt. We need to remove him. And he might have been corrupt, but he'd been in place, and he probably wasn't, you could describe him as a dictator, but he'd been in place for like 60 years. And before
Exactly.
this, he had been well liked by the people. How realistic that is, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
right.
I mean, to be fair, when you've been in long power that long, it's very
Yeah, I
hard to
mean,
be
previously he had been
Well, that's true,
well
but it's
liked.
very hard to be relentlessly liked. It's like people
Right.
think the Queen of England has been liked throughout her time. No, that's never. That's actually not true.
Yeah, I'm
Look at
not.
how the public perceived her in 1998.
Mhm.
Guess
Yeah,
what?
a little
No,
different.
exactly. So, but as a certain very, very wise autistic Polish Prime Minister Janusz Korwin-Mikke put it, when it comes to
I
these
love
regions,
Janusz
they need a
he's not
dictator.
Ukrainian, he's Polish. Did you say Polish?
Yes, I did say
Oh,
Polish.
sorry,
I said a
my
very
brain broke,
wise.
my brain broke.
I
I love
said a
Janusz.
very wise autistic
He is
Polish
autistic.
a politician, Janusz Korwin-Mikke, who's absolutely fucking hilarious, and you should look up his
He's
16
wonderful.
challenge if you can find it with subtitles. Yeah, as he pointed out, all these countries they need a dictator to maintain control of the region. And also, he made but ironically, what would be
Well,
today regarded as a Putin simping statement
I'm
when he
sure
said,
he
"Our
did.
enemies are not in Moscow; they are in mosques."
Oof. Very based. And I agree.
And he also regarded as the European Union as the Fourth Reich, and he said, "Ein Foot, ein Boot, ein Ticket," and did the Roman salute in Parliament.
Oh, yeah, I remember when he did that. That shit was fucking unbelievable.
Yep,
Janusz, I think, unironically does have autism, based on how he behaves, but very
yeah, I think
based,
it's
and I
just his
appreciate it.
accent. I think it's just his accent. No, he's clearly very high in intelligence.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just his accent, and he always sounds like he's allergic to certain words. That's why he says it in such a way. Like, every time he talks socialism, you could tell he is so disgusted by the word, like it's
Yeah,
a
he
disease.
spits
So he's
it.
like,
Yeah.
"This is socialist,"
Yeah, he spits it
like
out, man.
sneezing out. Yeah, yeah.
He said
But
some really
yeah.
weird things when he spoke to Sargon. And that
Oh
one,
no.
because he
Well, to
said
be
at
fair,
the beginning of the thing, he just said, I asked him, "What is your principal aim?" And he said his principal aim is to destroy socialism. Funny. And then later on, he spoke about the Islamic problem in Europe. And he said to Sargon, just trying to convince some generals. And about a year and a bit after that, there was a thing going on in France where a bunch of military generals just said, if
Yes.
you do not take care of this Islamic thing in France, we will overthrow Macron. I'm like,
Yeah,
wow,
20,
that's
yeah.
really prophetic. Looking at what Mickey said, because it's
Yeah,
freaking true.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, though. Mickey, you know, he's not a stupid man. He sees things. He sees things very black and white, which I do love
He's a
about him. Because people
monarchist.
say,
He
well,
is
he
only
does support money.
monarchist, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, he's an unironic. He's well, you could say
Welcome to
ironical,
the
unironic.
club here,
Old school strong
boys.
man, yeah.
Welcome to the
Yeah, yeah,
monarchy club. We're
but the
all
thing is,
monarchists
but
here.
then again, he's also speaking as a man who married 3 times and has 8 kids. So he
Yeah.
is full on hardcore dadism, as some people would say. You know, I mean,
as some lotus eaters might say.
that's
Yeah.
true, yeah. Or
Yes.
just he's full on
I
radical
appreciate the
liberation
data's
energy.
perspective. I think it's really important,
Well,
and more people need to
as
look at the data's
well,
perspective.
well, as a great
Plus, you
uncle
said that
to a
it's
beautiful
patriarchal.
9-month.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's true, yeah. But as an uncle to a beautiful 9-month-old niece,
Aw.
yes. I mean, yeah, she is utterly adorably cute, and I don't care anyone brings harm to her, talks disrespectfully to her. You're gonna die. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Or
I
am I?
know. My really good friend who's Serbian sent
um,
me actually a picture of his baby today, and it was so cute.
okay,
Speaking of Slavs,
but
though, adorable.
but yeah, she is adorable. But on that point, though, what else is there? But yeah, but Yanis just how bluntly he says everything. Like he
Doesn't give a
pointed
shit.
out. Oh no,
That's why
no,
I
but
like
like
the
that's.
guy.
Oh no, because when I mentioned it to Polish co-workers about bringing up Yanis Kovic, they say he's a fucking madman. But I say I don't care. He's fucking brilliant. He should
Yeah, I
be
don't care
your
if he's a madman.
Polish.
He's a base
No,
madman.
what's funny is though he did come close to becoming president of Poland
Yeah,
back in 2000.
That
And I
was
do
fun.
know when it
I think
comes to
that's
Poland.
right.
By the way,
I don't
yeah.
the numbers
By
on
the
it.
way,
I remember the dates.
you'll see in the chat. That's my niece. But yes, I do know as well. Like when it comes to him as well, and speaking with Poles about Poland, with Polish politics. Sorry. My God, they really do hate many politicians in Europe.
Yeah, because
One
they're all
infamous.
shit.
No,
Oh.
the one they hate the most, especially the ones I talk with,
Merkel.
Donald Tusk. Donald Tusk. Any of you remember that guy's name?
That name sounds really familiar, but I can't recall.
He was one of
Anything
the
about him.
high-ranking. He was the former Polish prime minister back in the late 2000s during the time of the recession.
Okay.
And there was a thing called Amber Gold where it basically exposed the fact that Donald Tusk stole a lot of taxpayers' money from the people and put it to some like offshore account with him and his family.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously he did have a
bastard.
very high ranking role in the European Union.
How convenient, right?
Yeah. I mean, I still laugh to this day. Technically, Tony Blair was the president of the European Union while being Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 2005.
Well, I mean, same thing with Angela Merkel, to be fair.
Well, yeah. I mean, right now you have fucking Angela Merkel's terrible military.
She's disgusting. I can't stand that
Secretary of
wench.
Defense. No. Do you know what's funny? Everyone I know
Hmm?
is German refers to her as Tangela Merkel.
I didn't know
Because
that.
she's evil.
Yeah, I mean, she is evil, to be fair, but
Yeah,
Well, she was born on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall.
well, the Germans.
wait, which side? What do you mean by that?
She was born in East Germany.
East Germany.
AKA the wrong side.
Oh, so she's maybe a secret Soviet. I mean, but I don't think she's friends or fond of the Russians. Real quick, I wanted. Go ahead,
her
sorry.
and Putin go back a long way, if you know what I mean.
There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of war
They
guilt
do.
though,
Well,
in
Putin
the
was-
Germans.
The thing is, okay, I'll say something. First, I want to address something that Liu Angloism. Hello, nice to see you here, Callum. Said in the chat, which is that covenant anarchism is greater than monarchism, which is like 1,000 times better than representative democracy, which is 1,000 times better than direct democracy. And I don't really know what you mean by covenant anarchism. I'd like to have it explained to me. Been interested. What was about Merkel and broadly the World Economic Forum, because of course Putin was part of that. He was. But I would say that they clearly didn't want him to be part of it. Putin is ex-KGB, right? I think that's why they hate him so much. It's one of the many reasons they hate him so much.
Oh, please. Like, have you seen all the dodgy fuckers that are in the World Economic Forum, for fuck's
No,
sake?
no. I'm not saying that the ex-KGB I mean, I think that he's not totally aligned with him. That's his issue. That's why they don't like him, even though he's been part of it. And by the way, be aware of WEF, obviously.
I hate to be that guy, but this is why we need to ask ourselves the German question.
Which is?
Of what, Germany ruining Europe for the third time in 100 years?
Okay, you've heard of. Okay, think of the other question that certain people on the internet like
I
to
said
ask.
I said
But
I think the right thing, which is that
but
Germany
replace
keeps ruining Europe, right?
and also the philosophers like constantly approve of overwhelmingly the most utterly moronic and retarded ideas in politics.
Let's not if we are going to answer the German question, let's not please put the Austrians in with them, okay?
I'm not talking about Austrians, okay?
Good. All right.
No, because this is what I say about Germans, okay? If a German tries to educate me on how to build a mass-produced, high-quality car, I will keep one ear open. However, if they try to talk to me about economics or politics, I'm sewing their mouths shut.
Well, Patricius von Kempen, if his name is not indicative, is not happy with what you've just said in the chat.
Can I
I will
say...
tell you this, Patricius, you're awesome. You have a wrench for a reason. But there's also a reason why other Europeans get a little bit spooked by Germans, because y'all kind of had fucked around with Europe like 3 times, seriously, in the last 100 years.
In fairness,
Don't read too
in
hard.
fairness to the
Yeah,
Germans,
it's alright.
The European foreign power, along with the Americans, dissolving the Austro-Hungarian Empire, probably not the wisest move. If you were in favor of restoring the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and you can behave, I would be in favor of that. And restore it to a monarchical leader. Then by all means go ahead, yes. But do not give Germany democratic power. I would rather Austro-Hungarian Empire make a comeback with a monarch.
Look, Germany's just fucked around a lot and fucked up Europe. I don't think that's not a question. I'm sorry, Patricius, but I don't think it's a question that Germany has not done some, I'll use the term again, fucky wucky shit in Europe over the last 100 years that has pretty much been the impetus of a lot of the problems that Europe has faced. Inadvertently or advertently, it's been that way. So
by the way,
Germany...
Paleo, I wouldn't say to Paleo, Wilsonian liberalism created Nazi Germany, changed my mind. I'm not going to disagree with that, because I agree with that.
Well, Patricius, you were fucked up by the Treaty of Versailles, but, I mean,
Which was the French. Blame the French.
Yeah, and let's not fuck around on what that was. That was completely designed to destroy Germany.
But you and Britain were in favor of it, so...
Me?
It was more the French.
Oh.
The Americans and the British.
Well, not me.
It was more the French. It was more the French that did that.
Yeah,
We were just like, don't do that again.
The Treaty of Versailles was an absolutely embarrassing agreement.
And then Germany overtook the Paris.
When we make countries go into... This is a good thing to bring up now in this discussion with Ukraine and Russia. When you try to, like, embarrass countries, which is what the U.S. has been trying to do for Russia now for years, is embarrass them.
They come back with a vengeance.
Do you think that that's a good political geopolitics strategy? I don't think so.
Americans don't give a fuck. Americans are arrogant as hell.
It disgusts me.
Yeah,
now, like, having lived outside of the U.S., they call it American exceptionalism, but having lived outside of the U.S. for a while now, it absolutely sickens me how Americans and Western and I'll say North Americans in general kind of had this idea of superiority. That we can really just do what we can. The whole world is our goddamn sandbox. No, it's not. There are real goddamn fucking people involved. You can't treat the whole fucking world like your playground, idiot.
Oh, Aiden, I can explain this. I can explain this to you, Aiden.
Oh,
It's because America is... I'm sorry, Aiden, but this is a true fact. They're still butthurt about the War of 1812 to 1814.
You think so?
It is. That's what it is. They will deny it as much as they like, but they ultimately lost that battle. They ultimately lost it.
Yeah.
We are quite literally the reason why the White House is called the White House.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Americans are we get mad and hold on to these grudges over shit that are completely ridiculous.
Rubus
Also, I
is
do
correct,
want to
by the
say.
way. The brightest ideas do come from Germany and Prussia.
Also,
That's
I
true.
want to say a more
Don't
important
forget the
point
front.
is what
Yeah.
Sad Wings Raging just said, which is that he wants some brats, mustard, and kraut. I agree. Best things. I would love some sauerkraut. I actually got upset because
I
I
would
was
say-
going to.
No, excuse me.
I would
The
do-
best food comes from my country. Fuck off.
Oh, like
Debatable.
what? Bitterballen?
That's debatable. But anyway.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
say
That's not debatable. I won't be challenged by fucking Englishmen on food. Get the fuck out. Your national dish is Indian, my friend. Don't fucking bollock me on this one. You will lose.
you seriously think I believe? You really think I like curry? Get that shit out
No,
of my
no, I
face.
didn't say
I
you
love
do. I said that
curry.
is what your national dish is.
No. You see, those people are not English, so therefore their opinions don't count.
It's a way to discourage most of your countrymen.
What are you talking about? They only make up 20% last I checked.
What, those Englishmen who favor curry as their national dish?
I was talking about foreigners who claim to be English.
I don't know if all of them would favor curry as a national
Sorry, I was
dish,
trying
but
to respond.
Oh, I mean, they're not going to exactly say it's Greek sausage rolls and bangers and mash now, are they?
Our turrets. You said you sent me something on Twitter, but I'm not sure what your name is on Twitter, so I can't find you there, dude. Our
Oh, so yeah. So to Patricius, have you gotten on your knees now so I can come on you? He said, "Come
this
at
has
me,
gone in
bro."
a strange direction.
He said, "Come at me, bro." So I told him to get on his knees.
All right. Where were we? We've gotten distracted. Oh.
Oh yeah. More,
After
go
the
back
cum,
to Ukraine.
after the cum statement, now I'm going to force the chat. I'm going to force the conversation back a little bit into some organization, because cum.
Oh, by the way, if you saw, yep.
So
the Daily Mail, really.
Love it.
look,
To
hang on.
become
I choose
neutral.
these the sources intentionally so that I can't be accused of using like crazy far right insane sources. So of course
The
I
Daily
choose
Mail is literally
Daily Mail.
branded as a far right paper, even though they're pretty much fucking disingenuous leftists.
Yes, but no,
I do
they're
notice
almost
Tim
socialist.
loves them as a news source.
Well, I'm doing that
Yeah,
on
well-
purpose. Our turrets, Cephal, and I don't know where you messaged me on Twitter, but like I'm not sure who you are, if it's the same name. What I wanted to bring up here, though, is interesting thing that happened today is that Ukraine rejected Russian peace talk proposal to become neutral like Sweden, and demands guarantees that international forces will prevent attacks in the future. Do you have the article? You could have it. Thank you, Boone.
It's already up. I'm way ahead of you.
You're on it, dude. I don't know
Yeah.
how much you wanted to read about this,
I was
but
playing Tetris like 5 minutes ago. That's why.
I know I could tell that you were because you weren't talking, and then whenever you're not talking, I can tell that you're playing fucking Tetris.
Oh, bite me.
No thanks.
I like playing Tetris. Sue me. Anyway, back to Tetris.
Ukraine has back to the news. Ukraine has today rejected a Russian plan to become neutral like Sweden or Austria as the warring sides try to hash out a deal to end the bloodshed in Eastern Europe. Moscow is thought to be demanding that Ukraine refuse to join a military alliance or host that's NATO. Daily Mail could have been clear about it. Or host foreign military bases on its soil in exchange for a ceasefire and withdrawal of Russian troops currently terrorizing the country. Look, I choose these sources for a reason. And by the way, I'm not like, again, I'm not pro-Russia. They're killing people, okay? I'm not super in favor of that. But the interesting thing about this whole point is that Ukraine told them to fuck off. So Zelensky has told Russia to fuck off. Now, what is Russia demanding for this peace deal? Here's the important part. The plan includes limits on Ukraine's armed forces in return for Russia withdrawing. Whoa, hang on. My thingy scrolled down really fast. From areas captured since the start of the war on February 22nd, including the long Black Sea coast in the south and Ukraine's northern and eastern borders. But it is unclear what will become of Crimea, which Russia insists must be recognized as part of its territory, and the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, which the Kremlin says should be recognized as independent. They've been revolting since 2015, okay? Just saying. You don't have to agree with it, but they've been revolting and asking to join Russia for 7 years. Putin insists that the whole of Donetsk and Luhansk, known as the Donbass, should split from Ukraine, and not just the parts occupied by pro-Moscow rebel forces. They are rebel forces. They are not the Ukraine. They are not the Russian army. We went through that. Oh no, we didn't go through that. Sorry, it's in my head only. There was a concession made by a Ukrainian government official that the Donbass was not being attacked by Russian forces, because there were claims of that previously. But that was let me find this. Where is it? Right. Okay. Where was it? Yeah. Okay. The rationale for these violations were that Russian. Okay. Sorry. Chief of Staff Viktor Muzhenko in 2015 admitted in a news briefing that Russian troops had not been taking part in the combat operations in the Donbass, meaning the military interventions on the part of the Ukrainian government had been committed against their own civilians, not Russian. That's in 2015. The Ukrainian government admitted that. Just saying. Just letting you know. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he's highly involved in all of this. Oh wait, did I skip something?
No.
No. It confirmed today that neutrality is taking center stage with Moscow and Kiev, close to agreeing the wording of an agreement. As it was revealed, the 15-point plan for peace is being discussed. This plan includes limits on Ukraine's armed forces in return for Russia withdrawing from areas captured since the war on February 22nd. Oh wait, I read this part. God damn, I did read this part. Fuck me. Point is, Russia is going to take Crimea and the Donbass. They're going to take Crimea and the Donbass because they were ethnically Russian regions, and I could go over it if you'd like, but after the Euromaidan, Ukraine's government became explicitly anti-Russian. Explicitly. What they did within a month of being elected after the Euromaidan, the interim government, which was actually not elected, was put into place. It was not elected. The temporary interim fucking government of Ukraine in 2014 removed a law protecting the use of Russian language in regions where it's spoken by the majority, and banned Russian language television stations. That's in 2014. So when you think that this is not ethnic, that this is not a serious issue that exists outside of that this is just Russia being evil, it's more complicated than that. Anyway, where are we at, guys? Sorry, I feel like I'm the only one talking now. I feel like an asshole.
No, you're good.
It's all
Am I
good.
an
It's all good. I'm just having fun in the chat.
All right.
But yeah.
Let's talk about this though. Then.
Yes.
Which
Look
is
at this. So Russia has
Oh.
rejected the idea of neutrality. Ukraine has rejected Russia's idea for Ukraine to be neutral, a neutral country. They want to be part of NATO. That's what Zelensky said the other day. And in a Pew statistical analysis of Americans, 35% favor U.S. military action even if it risks nuclear conflict with Russia. I guess 35% of Americans are suicidal. I don't know.
I hate to be that guy, but that's not a majority.
No, it's not a majority. Of course not. But it's a third.
Yeah, I agree. It's freaking 7/20, but still, I mean, I think for them to realize this, what the United States needs to do to bring back an old tradition from the 50s and 60s is to do a nuclear bomb show in the Nevada desert.
To show people what it looks like?
Yes. I mean, that used to be a tourist attraction back in those days.
I know.
So maybe Biden should bring it back. I mean, because he grew up in that time period. Be like just going home.
I guess it
Just
would.
saying.
I don't know who these people are. I mean, I guess we could look into the Pew data. I didn't look into it too. It's okay. Broad support in both parties for U.S. cooperation with allies on Ukraine crisis. It's basically 73% a right approach from Republicans and 85% from Democrats. There is a Democrat lean there, obviously, but only a minor one.
Yeah, well, again, I'm still waiting for the whole. A vote for Trump is support for World War III.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remind us again
In the
which
Pew data,
candidate.
there is a wide gap in views of the Biden administration response to Russia. Republicans don't like it. Democrats pretty positive. Between 69 and 75% are positive.
I was just gonna say, when was Fallout 5 to the chat?
This is some fallout shit's about to happen if you want to fuck around with this. Again,
Oh,
it won't. It actually
Yeah.
won't happen. Let's not be silly. But I don't
I
know
wouldn't
why
be so
they
sure.
the Dems, and I think many Republicans as well, seemingly want to. It's weird that like anti Ukraine support is being blamed on the Republicans when I think actually, well, not I don't think the Pew data are indicative that Republicans are also in favor of it, right? So Republicans also want to do this. It's not a left-right divide on this as it's being portrayed. And by the way, like in the last couple weeks, as I've told Spoon numerous times, I've been called everything. I've been called fascist. I've been called a communist many times. I've been called a
oh,
socialist.
I was there. I was there, Aiden. I remember you saying this in the
Yeah, it's
cabal.
nutty.
Yeah.
It's nuttier than
I
squirrel
mean,
shit.
I would say, how could you be called a fascist and a communist because you don't wish to get involved in a war?
Because I think, well, we have to. Because we have to save the world like we always do.
Oh yeah,
And it's
save the world. I mean,
I know.
who said these people deserve to be saved? That's the first question
It's
you gotta
not our
ask.
fucking. First of all, it really is not the United States' goddamn fucking business.
Look,
The reason that
guys,
the problem is we're at where we're at in this geopolitical conflict because the U.S. fucking thought Ukraine was their business, not their business in terms of protecting it or doing something nice for it, but using it as a money laundering base, which is what the Bidens did.
Yes, and
Just to
on
be
that
honest,
point,
they
for the
did.
same, I hate to use this analogy, okay? I hate to use this analogy, right? But there are certain people who are big into mythology, and it seems to be America is basically Zeus in Greek mythology, and most of Greek mythology can be summed up as Zeus sticking his dick in something. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, if people aren't really aware, just to reiterate what the Bidens did in Ukraine, okay? Because I feel like we forget this. What happened was that Joe Biden met with
Ukrainian gas company.
actually I'll put it this way. I'll just read it. In 2015, in April, Vadim Pozharsky, a senior executive at Burisma, sent an email to Hunter Biden. Oh, this I skipped it. Sorry, I got too far ahead of myself. Here we go. Where is this? And that's about it. Yeah, Vadim. Start there. Sent an email. This guy Vadim Pozharsky, the senior executive of the energy company, the Ukrainian energy company Burisma, sent an email to Hunter Biden, who had recently been appointed as member of the board. Where do I find that? Where's my detail on that? Sorry.
It's
I
somewhere.
know, I know that we know this, but just to reiterate it. Oh, here it is. Okay, go. I'll just read it.
That's funny.
What?
Apparently the Romania verified account somewhere has the Ukrainian flag, and it's just a meme someone puts under it. They stole the flag.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's go over the history real quick. After the Euromaidan, where the U.S. gets the government in place that they specifically requested via Victoria Nuland in her call with Jeffrey Piat, who is the ambassador to Ukraine. They talked about how they wanted. They didn't like Olev Tiahanibuk. He is an outright, overt neo-Nazi, by the way. And they did not like Vitaly Klitschko because Klitschko, I don't know why they didn't like him. I can't recall.
He was
But he was
pro-EU.
mayor. They are pro-EU,
No, they're pro-America.
right?
Oh.
But so is Yatsenyuk. They didn't like. They wanted Klitschko to remain mayor of Ukraine, and he removed himself from the presidential run like within a week of that call. Interesting. After they said after Nuland told Piat to call Klitschko and tell him to remove himself from the race, and he did. Just a coincidence.
Yeah, just pure coincidence. Definitely not correlation or
No.
just United States exposing once again that it has a very filthy history in intervening in Democrat elections.
I'm astonished to watch people who call themselves centrists now say that the U.S. never does backhanded shit, and we're just wonderful.
Oh yeah, totally. United
Amazing.
States never done backhanded shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
that's
astonishing.
not
I
a
hate bringing-
slant at anyone in specific.
It's astonishing.
Yeah. Let's talk. Let's play a little history game with the CIA, shall we?
No,
I know the CIA did the
Mhm.
bad shit in the
no,
50s,
don't talk about it. No,
and the 60s, and the 70s, and the 80s, and the 90s,
90s.
and the 2000s,
Yeah,
and
we kept doing it.
2010s. But they're totally good now.
We're very all above the board. We're all above water. It's
Totally,
astonishing to me to watch
Totally.
people who called themselves like critical thinkers and centrists to be like, oh, the U.S. No, we didn't fuck around in Ukraine.
You're about as critical as the atheism plus movement.
Pretty much. So here's what happened.
Oof.
Right.
Oof. That would be a nasty dagger to certain people.
After the Euromaidan. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. After the Euromaidan, which gets rid of Yanukovych, he is literally chased out of Ukraine pretty much. Has to escape to Russia. You can make your decisions about what that means, but that's what happened. He did escape to Russia. After he runs out, you have a temporary government that's led by Olev Turchinov. I might have his first name wrong. Turchinov, and his PM that he chooses, none other than Arseniy Yatsenyuk, the guy that Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Piat wanted to put into place, and he becomes PM. When the election actually does happen in December, he becomes PM under the new government, which was Poroshenko. So here's the part where Biden comes in, right? First of all, Biden, after the Euromaidan, when Yatsenyuk, again, the guy who was favored by Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Piat, is made into the temporary interim prime minister of the country, Joe Biden calls him personally to congratulate him. Calls Yatsenyuk personally to congratulate him.
Yeah, to give the attaboy was literally how it said in the email.
Yes, the attaboy. That's how Nuland said. That's what she said that Biden should do, is give the attaboy. Biden did it.
Which makes him sound like pets.
It really does. In April, after the overthrow of the government, the overthrow happens in February. In April, in America, having overthrown the government, having now had a government that was favored by the U.S. in place, Vice President Biden met with his son Hunter's business partner Devon Archer. Devon. I knew a guy named Devon.
Probably Devon.
Devon Archer. Yeah, Devon was a black guy, so I think like Devon is probably the white way of pronouncing that name. At the White House. And just days later, on April 21st, Vice President Biden flew to Ukraine to serve as, quote, the Obama administration's public face in the nation. And that was surely, that's what they called him. The very next day, on April 22nd, Devon Archer joined the board of Ukrainian energy company Burisma. The next week, on April 28th, British officials seized $23 million from the London bank accounts of Burisma's owner, Mykola Zlochevsky. who had served as deputy secretary on the National Security and Defense Council under the Yanukovych, the deposed government, which again, had just been deposed. This money would not be returned to Zlochevsky until 2015. Meanwhile, just days later, back in 2014, Hunter Biden also joined the board of Burisma on May 12th, for which he was paid up to $83,000 a month for his services, which would place his income, and this is something I didn't realize until I looked into it, $83,000 a month. Do you guys know what the average per annum GDP per cap gross income is for a Ukrainian person in 2015?
Probably like a third of that.
$1,000 a year.
Yeah, it's like the poorest
Damn.
country in Europe. But that's
It is the
he-
poorest country in Europe, yeah.
Yeah. So Joe Biden's son, serving on the board of Burisma, was making 83 times per month what the average Ukrainian earned in a year.
Yep. What a disgrace.
Yep. And what was he being paid for? Those services?
For
According to the
influencing his father.
Yep, according to the leaked emails between company executive and advisor on the board, Vadim Pozharsky, Archer and Hunter were there to use their influence and connections in Washington to improve the company's image. They were basically just hired because of who they knew.
Well,
Right?
yeah, he even said this himself. Hunter said, if it wasn't for my name, I wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was asked,
on
like,
MSNBC
why?
too.
Yeah, he said, well, how did you get the job? And that's his reply.
Might have.
I found it really funny when Sitch said that Joe Biden is not corrupt, but his son is. I'm like, if you think this,
How do you
you're an
get that?
idiot.
I'm sorry. Half the shit that Joe Biden has done, he is proper dodgy as fuck.
Yes.
I'm
course.
sorry. To the leftists out there who complain about institutionalized racism, Joe Biden's deep in that. I mean, let's not forget his
He
1994
said some
crime bill.
racist shit as well, to be fair.
He
Oh,
said
no,
some
no, no,
racist
he's-
shit last week.
I know.
Touche, but like the 1994 crime bill, which the fucking
Yes.
PR firm of the media tried to spin it, even
They
though his
did
name is
try.
all over that fucking bill. He was one of the main leftists. He was also caught in one of his rallies with a pretty high, not a grand wizard, but a high-ranking member of the KKK.
Oh,
yes,
it's
Robert Byrd.
I know who you're talking about.
Robert Byrd.
It's Robert Byrd, who was a Grand Cyclops
Yep, so you had him. I mean,
or Exalted Cyclops. Excuse me.
I mean, the only thing I would give him credit for, he didn't say David Duke was his mentor, unlike Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I
Try
know.
and find that clip, by the way.
It
Try
was
and
just,
find
it
that
was just
clip, by the way.
Exalted Cyclops, Robert C. Byrd.
Yeah, I mean, there was also that one time in, I believe it was in Congress, where he dropped the M-bomb 15 times.
Like this man is a hardcore old racist. That's what and he's a piece of shit.
So your classic old fucking boomer Democrat voter then.
Yeah, of course.
Southern
Yeah,
Dixie
I'm
The
boy.
Democrat Party's
You-
full
you
of
know-
them.
You know what's really funny? I remember on an app stereo that I go on every now and then. Please do
Mhm.
check it out, by the way. I remember there was a bunch of like BLM loving Black Hebrew Israelites. They were talking about.
Yeah,
they had a
yeah.
panel on there talking about what should Black people cancel in 2022. And I thought I was really funny. I dropped in the comments saying that they need to cancel these 5 things. You're gonna laugh what I told them. I told them they need to cancel KFC because the Colonel actually stole his recipe from Black people.
He did. He did.
Yeah, there's a true fact. They need to cancel the Guardian newspaper because that was founded by a literal slave owner.
Yep.
They need to cancel Planned Parenthood. Need I say more? They need to cancel the KKK.
Well,
and-
that one's good because Planned Parenthood has killed more Black people than slavery for sure.
Exactly. Second
Wait,
one, I
you think
told them
that's
to.
good?
No, I want to get rid of Planned Parenthood because they've
I
killed
was
more Black
confused.
people than
Like,
slavery.
wow, that's like the most base thing Aiden ever just said.
Oh
like,
no! Maybe I missed.
No, no, no,
Whoa!
I
Let me.
was
Yeah,
just.
Planned
again,
Parenthood
again,
kills a
Yeah,
lot of Black babies.
I was confused about what you just said. Like, what, that was really base.
Yeah,
What the
yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no,
No, no, hold on, Spoon. I'm
Oh,
not
God
done yet.
damn
So,
it.
the fourth thing I told them.
I fucked
The
up
fourth thing I
myself.
told them to cancel
Sorry,
was to
Kissa.
cancel welfare from the government.
Yeah.
And last but not least, the best one I told him to cancel, the Democrat Party.
Hell yeah.
Let's just say they were reeing for about 15 minutes straight when I told them all those facts. But
Basically,
yeah,
what I've seen, just to try and put that together, Democrat supporters will kind of just say like, all that stuff doesn't matter anymore. It's all in the past, and it's like, okay, fine, I guess.
That's hilarious coming from them who go around literally scouring people's fucking tweets.
Screaming about racism and slavery literally every fucking second. When it's like, maybe you should look at the past year and freaking party, and I mean recent past. It's not. It's way post-slavery. Basically, y'all motherfuckers figured out that, like, well, we can't enslave the Negro anymore, so we'll just make him our slave in other ways. And that's how they appear to see black people, and I find that truly to be fucking reprehensible, at least from my perspective.
oh god, please tell me this is not a clickbait.
What, the saviorism thing?
No. Hold on. Okay, this might not be clickbait. Hold on, I'm gonna have to put this in the chat. Hold on.
Oh, let's look at this real quick then. Speaking
This is the cheat today. This is the
of
cheat
hate
today.
crimes, let's look at this. So also, something I didn't even think to cover this because honestly, it didn't.
This is quite literally an hour ago.
Fuck off.
This article.
Autoplay.
An hour ago, yeah.
Also,
Is that-
the mask wearing has got to go. It is unbelievably fucking stupid at this point.
Yeah.
It's
Our
a farce.
turrets. I don't see you on Twitter. Let me check again. But we didn't really plan to cover the Jussie Smollett stuff. Oh, a turrets.
Jussie
Oh, I got you.
Smollett.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Like, I don't care what anyone says.
Sorry.
The judge was way too soft on Jussie.
I did say I was gonna actually invite you onto the stream today, but we got way off track, and I forgot we were supposed to have Kizza on. Our turrets. Would you be okay coming on next week? Because I'm really actually interested in your. Or if you guys would also be alright having him on, just for a little bit, because our turrets is Russian.
I don't mind him
And-
coming on if it's an issue.
Oh, he's Russian? Is
Yeah. So I
he
wanted
pro
to.
Putin or no?
I don't know. I want to hear his opinion though. Let's invite our turrets on. I'll try to do it real quick if I can figure out how the freak.
No worries.
I would
Freaking
like
goddamn-
more people to
continue.
be
Talk
on for
about
the
the
Soviet
Smollett
perspective.
shit while I try to understand technology because I'm an idiot.
No worries. No worries. Let's bring
You're
him
not
on.
an
Bring
idiot,
him
you're
on.
just female.
True.
See, I'm quite open and progressive for new guests.
Our turrets, I have sent you a friend request. Just send me a message if you get it, and I'll invite you on. Okay.
I should get my friend Victoria on here.
Sorry,
She's
our
watching.
turrets. I completely forgot I said that to you. But yeah, I really would like to have your opinion on as a Russian person because, well, right now I don't know how much you're allowed to even freaking say on the internet. While I'm waiting for that though, let's real briefly talk about the Jussie Smollett shit. Jussie Smollett judge orders Jussie Smollett be released from jail on bond pending his hate crime hoax conviction appeal. Excuse me, guys. Anyone else in the universe get to be released on bail for this shit? For an appeal?
Yeah, I think you need to show it for everyone else on the stream.
Oh, could you do that real quick? Spoon, I guess.
What the? Hold on. 2 seconds.
gonna add-
There we
Friend here. Jussie Smollett.
Well, that's most of the audience anyway, so they should obey us. Okay, should be joining. Welcome.
Hey, our turrets. Thank you. Sorry, I kept getting confused by what you meant, and I forgot that I said I wanted you to have you on. Maybe before we get into the Jussie Smollett issue, is there anything you'd like to say? And thank you for coming on. I'm sorry about the confusion about the Ukraine stuff.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So, if you want me to keep it brief, my take on Ukraine is whatever geopolitical reasons Putin may have, they are not, they don't justify an invasion.
I agree.
Sure, any subversive activities like standing in the KGB or whatever, fine. Supporting through NGOs some opposition party, sure. The rebel stuff that's been going on since 2014, as you've said, even that crosses the line because that's like proxy war, paramilitary stuff, right?
hmm
Whereas, if you want me to go a little deeper into what people around me think, I can do that.
I mean, so we were going to get into the Jesse Smollett shit, but before we do, just to get your opinion on this, because I know you've been wanting to talk about it and wanting to express your opinion, and I do value your opinion because Jesus Christ, dude, you're there. You know, you've lived there. You do you live in the UK now? I think you said.
No, I'm still in Moscow, and
Oh,
it's like
okay. Well, holy, I don't know why I thought you
2:30
said that. I got
a.m.
confused.
here.
So, well, greetings and hello, from Moscow. So, I agree with you that it is not justified in what Putin's done. I think we all agree there, right? And that it's not a good thing that what Putin has done and is doing, but that there are historical rationales that really, really pile up as to why this conflict is happening.
Well, again, I don't want to be bad faith, but when I was listening to the Cincinnati debate with you and Spoon, it was at least optically coming off as, well, you know,
Well,
such a feminist. Well, Putin has his reasons. To which the obvious retort would be Hitler had his reason as well. It doesn't mean that it's a good thing. And I don't think,
that's
at least back in that debate, you made it clear that there are reasons, right?
yeah, there are.
Which don't justify. That's important delineation, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Justification is different from a rationale in terms of, and what I mean by this, that's probably confusing in the English language also. So let me clarify. It does not justify what he's done, but there's a reason why it's happening. So
Sure.
justification kind of means that it's, when people say justification, what that implies is that it's righteous or that it's correct. Whereas,
There's some objective morality to it.
right. Whereas
Exactly.
a rationale means it's happening for a reason that is not random. It's not just Putler man deciding that he wanted to kill Ukrainians for no reason. You know, he had a reason for doing it.
I believe Spoon made a good point about this in one of his recent videos.
Yep. I did, actually.
Yep, nice little show there. Please do check it out. And also check out his latest piece on the comedian article piece. It's absolutely glorious.
The comedian one? What did I do?
The one about the article from a guy who's like an ex-soldier and also a comedian.
Oh, yeah, Kutschlichter, yeah. Yeah, his piece was good.
Anyway,
yeah, I would love to have a lead. I wish there was a link to that.
Yes,
if I may cut in order.
Check out Spin's channel. But
I just sent you a little thing in chat if you want to bring it up.
Yeah, let's bring this up. So our turrets, our turrets is Russian, as he said. So where is this from though? Where is this poll from? Our turrets.
So, as I've said to you in private messages, I am currently a student in Moscow State University, and one of my friends, my classmates from school, is in a different university, which conducted a poll within their faculty and student body.
So this is an internal
whether
poll
or not
of students at Moscow State.
At Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology.
Okay, so this is an internal poll. Just, I want to be clear about what this is. I'm not saying that it's fake, because it clearly are real data. These are clearly real data. if you could put this on the screen for everybody, Spoon, if you wouldn't mind. So within the university, as we can see, when we look at this poll, this is a very, very not favorable towards the Russian military action in Ukraine. I don't know what any of those other tiny minor those things in Cyrillic mean.
Well, they're basically some variation
There's
of
no support for them in the poll,
war,
so it doesn't really
maybe
matter.
fun. Yeah, the little other ones are basically, well, maybe war is somewhat justified, maybe this is the war goal. They're basically, we don't support it really. If like the war came down to, we wouldn't be fighting on the front lines as it was in the Great Patriotic War.
Yeah.
And it's not even a small sample size. You can see it's like, what, 1,400 people?
Yeah, 1,300. It's not a small sample size. Let's be clear. It's not a small sample size.
Yeah, but still, though, I mean, that's an overwhelming majority who are not in favor.
And I don't think that's unusual. I wouldn't be in. I don't think that it's weird that the Russian people are not in favor of the war. The reason is because the reason why it's happening, well, it's so multifold, and a lot of it is because of the Russian government's position, which they see as having been betrayed, right? So of course it's not surprising to me that the regular Russian people see this as not being the correct decision to make. And I mean, like, part of it's going to be, of course, because Ukraine is largely ethnic Russian. I would, if not, first it's bad to attack another country in general. I understand that, but it's also ethnic Russian. A lot of the people who are getting hurt.
Also, sorry to distract you, but Callum's getting off. So good night to him.
Oh.
Callum, paleo-ankleism.
Oh, okay. Take care, Callum. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, my dude. Well, I can only try to, but I'm trying to. In that, yeah, I understand why regular Russian people don't support it.
Because
Keep in mind,
ultimately
most of
it
the ones
looks
that
very
do
bad
are
in
the older
them.
generation as well. So,
or
But the
just absolute twats.
But the Russian government does support it, and the reason why is not without rationale, historically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's always been like that for a lot of these wars. Most people don't want to get involved because it looks bad on them, and they're the ones who are going to be paying for it.
I mean, you say that. However, I ask you a question. Say Wales was being invaded by France for some reason. Do you think that, or I don't know, France infiltrated Wales and was committing a genocide of ethnic Welsh people? Do you think that people in the UK would support some kind of retaliation, be it economic, be it military?
I would argue if the French even dare try to set foot on the island soil, they would happily eradicate them.
All right. So why doesn't the same logic apply here?
As much as they don't like the Welsh, they dislike the French even more.
Let's let's try to make it into a little bit more comparable, right? And I understand completely what you're trying to do, Arturits. But let's say Texas has in the past wanted to secede from the United States.
They should.
Yes.
They've often wanted to. So Texas is, even though it's part of the United States, it's kind of in a weird position where it's not really part of the United States, according to some people there. It is. It is 100%, but I'm just saying. Texas is... But let's say Mexico, right? Mexico has funded a whole bunch of shit in Texas to want them to secede from the U.S. They funded all this stuff. They have made it very clear that they want Texas to secede. And by the way, I've replaced the U.S.'s position with Mexico in this place to try and make it more fair. In this scenario, how is the U.S. supposed to respond if a foreign country has moved in and said, we want to make this part of what you perceive to be part of your sphere of influence, not part of your sphere of influence anymore and part of ours instead.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they would join some defensive alliance. How about that? That seems like a reasonable response, doesn't it?
Aiden, check what I posted in the chat. Check what I posted in the chat.
Good meme.
Well, well,
Share that with the chat. Share that with the chat. The
Well,
stream.
well,
They'll
I get
love
where you're
it.
coming from 100%, my dude, but like the problem is that why would they want to join a defensive alliance? The difference in that case would be is if I put 10,000 warships on either side of Texas and told them they should join Mexico. Do you know what I mean?
oh, come on. Russia has been the aggressor on the
Russia has not.
post-Soviet era. What do you
Not
mean?
recently. Not in the post-Soviet era.
What
They have
about
not been the
Georgia? What
aggressors.
about Chechnya? What about
They have okay. So we can talk about Chechnya,
Transland?
we can talk about Kosovo, we can talk about yeah, we can talk about the places where Russia has been the aggressor.
Technically, in Kosovo's case, that was just basically a giant civil war, or because
Yes.
Serbians were being dickheads towards Croatians. Let's just ignore that
Yeah.
fact. And also, let's be frank here: Serbia is basically a proto-Russian state. Let's just be frank here.
No, I won't say that. Not Serbia. Well,
Oh
in
my
terms of
god, the
what
Serbians
Serbia is.
love Russia with. No,
The
Serbians
Serbians love Russia. They
Yeah.
they wave Russian flags. Right now they're waving them out in the streets.
but like ever since fucking like they've been Russian simps for many years.
A good friend of mine
Putin
is
told-
Serbian, but yeah, like they're if
Like,
you want to call them Russian simps, fine.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not even joking you. If Vladimir Putin took a dump and told Serbians to eat it, they would.
I don't know if it's that bad.
Oh no, it is borderline freaking cultist. It is.
I mean, it might
cultism.
be. I again, a really good friend of mine is Serbian, and I wouldn't categorize him that way, but you know, if that's
No. I mean, that's like proper hardcore Serbians who live in Serbia. If you talk to
Like-
Serbians who've lived majority of life outside of Serbia, they're a
Yeah.
completely different beast.
well,
Especially
I don't
those-
know. The Serbian I know is a really good boy. So I don't
You
know.
know, is he by any chance a freaking Serbian husky? Because they are very good boys.
I don't know. He's been a good friend of mine for 5 years. It's the one Serbian I know. I only know
No,
one.
because I do know.
He sent me a picture of his baby literally today. He's a good boy.
But then again, it depends on who he's married to. Because if he got with a Croatian girl, that'd be considered very blasphemous.
Maybe, but I don't know. He didn't say anything about it to me about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, there is that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think
like
some
this is
people are quite
this
shocked
is
with-
somebody who I've known for so long that it's like he's invited to my wedding, and
Fair enough.
so this is a close friend. He's a
enough.
very good boy. Very good boy.
No.
I
love
that's just
the
my
way you just
one.
make him sound like he's a dog. Like, oh, he's a very good boy.
No, he's a good lad. He is. He's a
Uh,
one of the like nicest, sweetest people I've ever met is a Serbian. So like, just say I
Just
know
don't
all
piss
the
him off.
memes. I know all the memes about Serbs, but he's one of the nicest people I've ever met. Unironically, no,
I'm just,
that's just
I'm
personal
just
shit.
giving him
Personal
shit.
shit.
I'm just giving him shit. I'm just giving him shit. That's
Personal
I
shit.
love-
I know a very nice Serb. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no! Trust me. If I wanted to send a centre back partner, I want him prime in Manuel Vidic. He was a fucking warrior. But yeah. So.
Well, to be fair, I haven't asked him about the Russian Ukrainian stuff. I'm sure he has. He's such a a kind-hearted person. I actually don't even want to ask him about it because I feel like he might go very
Yeah,
do
I would say with you two, could you or Spoon just share my lovely meme about Texas?
Spoon, share the meme, I suppose.
Please.
What am I doing?
You gonna share that meme? You're gonna share that meme.
You heard the lady?
The receding hairline meme. No, he doesn't. That's why he's a good co-host.
Please.
But Kissa is asking, he is our guest.
And I have said please. Would you please show the stream?
There it is.
No, it's not shown. It's not shown on the stream because there's a big
It's
delay.
up. It's up.
I don't. There. Wait. Oh wait. There it is.
A seceding hairline. When you expect a receding hairline, but you get instead a seceding hairline. Nice little Texas meme. Thank you.
Okay.
What were we? Yes.
Because everything's bigger in Texas, y'all. Actually, to be fair, I do speak with a lot of Texans, and yeah, they are they are absolutely brilliant. They're absolutely hilarious.
It's
And also, Texan women over there, fuck me, there's so many stunners over there. I'm not even joking you.
Yeah, there's some weird shit. I mean, I was raised in West Virginia. I got some weird shit in my past about how I say things.
I mean, I would say let's play Country Road being sung in Golden Circle, but that would definitely get flagged.
Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home.
Who would have thought you just need some bagpipes and a Scotsman singing it to make it the best version?
Well, it's almost St. Patrick's Day, so as I could have on the other stream, we could sing "Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man."
Actually, you know what? That's That brings me onto a pet peeve about St. Patrick's Day. Why do so many Americans believe they're fucking Irish?
Run like hell away.
Aiden, just word of warning: do not bring up the IRA in front of me.
I just sang Matchy Black and Tans, so.
Okay. Very unpopular opinion here.
What do you say the IRA?
The IRA should have been turned to glass. Yeah, that's right. I fucking said it.
You?
Forget the troubles, okay? Whoever the leader was at the time should have told the IRA, cut your shit or you're turned to glass.
Wow.
How do you turn an organization into glass?
Dare you tell how you slandered Great Purnell when you thought him well and truly persecuted?
You know, actually, come to think of it, going back to the whole US being the empire of lies. Oh god, they've basically been like the IRA with terms of not honoring agreements. It's
St. Patrick's Day. We have to sing fucking Black and Tans. What the fuck are you doing?
This is why when you guys stick to your whole ethnic hatred, we'll just stick to racism.
The funny thing is, Spoon lives in Ireland.
Wait, does he actually?
Yes.
Yes.
You never told me.
That's because I don't like telling people where I live because the internet is full of really fucking wacky people.
It's a giant fucking country.
Well,
yeah,
compared
but
to
the
my
thing is,
country back home, it's fucking tiny.
Yeah, that's true, but obviously Ireland's actually mostly countryside, so it's, you know, you could be in the middle of who knows where. But actually, I do love the Irish, but the IRA, they're basically just glorified communist cunts.
Yeah, I mean, they were communists, a lot of them. So.
I mean, hell, if Jeremy Corbyn's been sucking your dick for 40-odd years, you're definitely a communist.
Jeremy Corbyn is such a piece of shit. I think he's a pederast too, by the way. That's just my opinion.
People try and claim he grew up on the council estate. No, he fucking didn't. He grew up in a fucking manor.
Yeah.
Didn't Corbyn come out with a base take recently?
No, highly doubt. But yeah.
Look.
I think it had something to do with vaccination and masks or something like that. Some coronavirus.
If he did, it's because he's trying to escape it because it's that whole shit is collapsing very quickly.
Okay. For those who don't understand about Jeremy Corbyn, all right, he will deliberately take the opposite take to what the Tories want.
By the way.
Yeah, well, again, although he tries to deny it along with his right-hand man. What people don't know about his voting history is he always stood with whatever the opposite the Tories wanted. Just purely out of spite. Not necessarily out of principle, but purely out of spite. He was a typical, we are the resistance marionette types, okay? I mean, people are like, oh, but he was against the European Union for many years. And he's like, he was only against it because the Tories were in favour of it. And the moment the so-called Tory party was in favour of Brexit, he voted in favour to remain.
Exactly. Jeremy Corbyn, by the way, have you listened to his brother? His brother is a complete nutter, dude. A
Yes, I know,
complete.
Yes, I do know of his brother, but
His brother's
I
a
can't.
crazy
That,
person, unironic
it's,
crazy person who walks around like putting hardcore commie like pamphlets on people's houses.
no. Piers Corbyn is a lot more
Piers, thank
level-headed.
you.
His Piers Corbyn's a lot more level-headed, okay, because he at least sees the blatant BS and hypocrisy of the Green agenda. But as for Jeremy himself, I hate to say this, I've actually met the man in person.
Really?
If anyone's curious where I met him, it was in Pitt Rivers Museum. And trust me, he really is as fucking retarded as you think, you've seen him on TV.
I mean, I'm nowhere near shocked. I'm not shocked at all by that.
I mean, hell, my local MP, I made her cry like a good little bitch.
Well, honestly, good. You should make MPs cry. I agree
Oh
with that.
no! That was me being gentle. If it was the previous PM, oh boy, I would have made him cry.
Except who's my wife?
Not Piers Morgan, Falco Knight, Piers Corbyn. Look him up. Frickin' Carl did an interview with him a couple of years ago.
What's her name?
I mean, quite infamously, did an interview with a very infamous man in England who may or may not have been in a hotel room with two 14-year-old girls.
Oh, interesting.
Was he himself 14 as well? Just out of interest?
Oh, Kemi Badenoch, that's her name. I love Kemi. I really like her. I hope she continues to be based and doesn't become gay. Because I really like Kemi Badenoch.
Maybe, but let's be
see.
frank here. Let's be frank here. The best prime minister to never rule was Enoch Powell.
Disavow, but
don't you dare disavow, Aiden. You know that is true.
I just on principle disavow. Only because it's YouTube. Disavow. But
you would disavow Enoch Powell becoming PM?
I'm not disavowing Enoch Powell.
How dare you?
I know. I'm getting in trouble.
Exactly. Spoon knows the truth.
Enoch Powell was probably the most base politician of the last century.
He was fairly base. I mean, I'm a big fan of oh shoot, what's his name?
I like him. Powell's cool.
If you dare say who I think you're gonna say, I'm going to slap you.
You know who I'm gonna say, but I can't remember his name right now.
No, Aiden. No, you're not going there. I'm going to slap you across I'm going to slap you across the internet.
What's his name? I can't think of him. He's the aristocrat.
Oh, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Rees-Mogg. There you go.
No, Aiden. You're getting a slap across the internet.
What's wrong with Rees-Mogg?
He's a typical toffee cunt.
I know he is.
Stood against Enoch.
The right honourable gentleman.
Yeah, and
is that who you thought I was going to say, by the way?
He's a classic toff, a terrible father. What else is there? Oh, he's a fucking simp.
Is Rees-Mogg who you thought I was going to say?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I knew you were saying Rees-Mogg. Again, I'm not done with the rant. What else is there?
Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. He's a little simp. He's not an actual Brexiteer. He's a filthy Remainer. His parents were filthy traitors standing against Enoch Powell.
Interesting.
What else is there? And his father is the head of the Financial Times. Need I say more?
I mean, I liked a lot of the things that Mogg said, that he has said. But
I don't give a damn what a man says. I only care about his actions and his conviction.
Good point. Very good point.
And no one can hold a candle to Enoch. Not even Winston can hold a candle to Enoch in terms of raw conviction.
Yeah, but Winston Churchill has said some base things.
Winston Churchill also said some very unbased things, to be fair.
He was in favor of not allowing India its independence. That's pretty based.
Yeah, and
speaking of based.
And Enoch was also, I'm not sure if you're all aware of this, but Enoch was the first man who pushed voluntary repatriations.
Speaking of based, trying to get back onto point, I wanted to watch this video.
Okay,
I have one more video. This is Palestine. Do you have the watch up?
I got
Spoon? I'm asking Spoon because he's the one who's got to show it.
This makes absolutely no sense, by the way.
I know, it's just funny. I just wanted to show it because it's funny. Because it's bizarre. You got it up for us, Spoon? Okay. This is in Palestine. You can see Memory TV. There are subtitles. Here we go. Harden your heart, O Putin. Increase your attacks. Banish them to Palestine. We will marry Ukrainian women. Look at them!
Well, of course not, because the women over there are fucking ugly.
You're seeing China invade Taiwan. Smash the nose of the Americans. There you go,
You know what?
guys.
You know what's really funny about that as well?
What?
That is ironically enough a diss to their own women, basically saying they're subpar and ugly, and also technically means they're infected with Aryan supremacy.
Mm.
Because ultimately Ukrainian women are overwhelmingly blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm just saying. I'm just saying out there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying.
I do like the
But then-
sentence at the statement at the end. Memory is a nonpartisan independent research institute providing research,
Oh, yes,
analysis,
totally.
and translation. Primary
Totally.
materials.
Totally
Totally, very
nonpartisan.
unbiased.
Like Al
nonpartisan.
Jazeera is non-partisan to the
Memory,
Qatari
very
government.
unbiased. Also, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I
That's
saw that
unbiased,
video. I was like,
BBC
holy
is.
shit, dude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this right now. I don't think Ukrainian women would be would like to marry men who believe it's a-okay to marry 9-year-old girls. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
probably not. But I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. I think I'd just say that. In
Just a
fact,
guess.
actually, I got an interesting question for everyone here.
Hmm?
Since we all have extremely low opinion of nonsense, should everyone who believes the certain faith in question, should they automatically be on a certain register and have complete access to children completely terminated? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, like, okay, so here's the problem is that the
Cultural
Calling-
supremacy.
calling someone a nonce is basically the only thing left in society that, and it's being very quickly destroyed by the left. But that's like the only thing that exists that is a real life ruination thing. Oh, that and being a Nazi, which Nazi means absolutely nothing in the West, but whatever.
Now, you can totally
only-
be a Nazi. You just need to fight for against the Russians. Then you can
Yeah, I
be a
guess
Nazi.
so. Oh,
even though
speaking
they're
of-
technically
thinking on that.
fighting in favor of a Jewish president. Just saying.
Let's talk about that. Speaking of which, so in terms of it's fine to be a Nazi, just be pro-West. I have another video. If you guys have not seen this, here we go. Here is a video from a Western guy who went to Ukraine. Did we watch this?
Hmm.
I don't think we did yet. Sorry, my
Yeah.
brain. I'm losing my. We're gonna watch it again either way. This is a Western guy who went to American dude who went to Ukraine, and is now saying to the rest of the Redditors who might want to join him, don't do it. Here we go.
So for any of you who are wondering what is the National Legion, the 102nd Ukrainian Territorial Defense, okay? Our base got fucked up. The base right next to us got fucked up. Americans, British, tons of British dead. All right, they're not saying nothing. They're counting our dead as their dead.
That's on purpose,
They're
by
trying
the
to
way,
send us
homie.
to Kiev with no fucking weapons, no
surprised.
kit, no fucking plates.
Well, real quick, you know why they're doing that?
Oh yeah, of course, to increase sympathy among the West, even though it's not actually their own people that are
Precisely.
getting killed.
Say we got.
I
we
mean,
got all
I
these
mean,
people
I mean,
dead.
I mean, I hate to go with the logic of the J question, but it's time to bring it up again.
Whoa. Well, I don't know what
Just
you're talking
saying.
about, man.
Yeah. You know, maybe Karl Marx had a point in that book. Just
Oof,
saying.
yikes.
The people who are lucky enough to get weapons are only getting magazines with like 10 fucking rounds, okay?
What are you saying?
When they wanted to send
If
us
you
to
get a
Kiev,
weapon.
we said no.
They-
Our whole group.
Just to be clear, what he said there, to reiterate, is that if the Ukrainian army is giving you anything, they're giving you weapons with 10 rounds in them. They're not actually arming these people. They're giving them baby stuff, essentially. And
Effectively, a knife in a gunfight.
it looks
They're
like...
using them as cannon fodder.
Yes, precisely, Spoon.
Or basically black Americans in that one skit in South Park in the South Park movie.
Yeah.
Do you know the Emancipation Proclamation?
killed.
I don't speak hip-hop.
Yeah, go get killed so we can use you for propaganda. That's what it seems like to me, at least.
Americans, Canadians, British. So they told us we had to get the fuck out, or they were going to shoot us in the back. All right. So me, this British guy, and another American, we fucking hid in the back of an ambulance to get out. We got to the border, and it was a whole nother mess. When you get to the border, anyone who has kit, anyone who has any military shit, they're fucking pulling you out of the line and they're sending you back to the front. We got dropped off about 5 clicks from the fucking from the border, and we walked. And we get to the border, and this humanitarian group with a bunch of ex-SF veterans from England pull us to the side and say, you need to get, pulled us out and fucking, hit us. And they were like, you need to dump all your kit. They're pulling people out, cutting up passports, sending them back.
Cutting up passports?
So we dumped our shit. We got, in all of our fucking, we got in, Red Cross vests, and they had, fucking humanitarian passes to get us through the Ukrainian border. People need to stop coming here. It's a trap, and they're not letting you fucking leave. The best way to leave is in a Vic or a car or something. People who get out by vehicle have a better chance of hiding their fucking kit in the back, doing whatever the fuck they can, but do not try to leave Ukraine on foot if you're a volunteer. It's a mess.
Thanks, dude. Because all the Redditors, because it happened just the other day, where a bunch of Redditors got blown the fuck up. They posted, they were like, we're all out here in Ukraine. We're in our camp. We're doing great. They posted a selfie of themselves, and then they got fucking bombed because they showed where they were, their location. They got yeeted out of existence by a Russian aerial strike. You fucking morons, dude.
I have no sympathy for that. I'm sorry, but you're stupid enough if you're in a war zone to flash where you are. I don't have sympathy for you being blown to smithereens because you're a moron.
I mean, I have to be honest, I have to agree with you, dude.
That tactic only works if you literally have a trap. If you're not a trap, you're basically gonna die. Simple as that.
If you're on Reddit, you deserve to get that kind of treatment anyway.
No.
No. If you're Reddit monitor on the other hand, moderator, I should say, you got a point.
I mean, I do feel bad for these idiots who buy into propaganda, spent thousands of dollars to fly to Ukraine or to Poland or whatever, walk across buy an AK or whatever they bought in Poland. But they bought guns in Eastern Europe, walked across the border, and they're now getting their shit wrecked. I mean, I think you're an idiot.
Yeah, see, Robo, I agree with Robo. He said the same thing as I did. And the Darwin Awards goes to...
Yeah, sure, it is a Darwin Award.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but maybe there is some method in the madness of having digital IDs.
Disagree. But
I'm just messing with you, even though Tony Blair tried to push that shit over here 20 years ago.
But it's nuts.
Yeah.
It's nutty as fuck that these Redditors are going to... I mean, this guy in particular, I believe, has military experience. I don't know. I mean,
somebody in the chat said that he failed the fitness test.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
geez.
What's it called? Somebody said it. Anon4495 said he rejected for failing fitness and is pissed about it.
Well, either way, he shouldn't have gone there. And he's right. He is right. Nobody should have. I would say, however, here's an interesting thing that happened. In response to that, the kind of Ukraine is a trap stuff. Where is it? This guy got called a white supremacist.
Don't you mean a white supremacist?
A boogaloo boy. I don't have I guess somehow I lost my article on it. But the U.S. basically said after the fact, oh yeah, here it is. Here, no, I don't have it. I don't have it. Hang on. His name is.
Yeah, can I just say where or I mean, speaking of Ukraine, actually, you know how
Here it
people say Americans couldn't find Ukraine on a map?
They can't.
No. I could definitely say there was an American who could definitely find Ukraine on a MAP.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh, sorry. It took me a second to. If you could show your screen of that Twitter post, Spoon. Sorry. This is a story in 4 images on Twitter about that particular guy. If you could go through them, you can see how quickly the U.S. media went from defending all these people who are like leaving their personal lives to go defend Ukraine into, oh no, this guy who's saying maybe things aren't hot right now, we gotta destroy him, which is exactly what they did.
Yeah, well, let's be
we
frank here.
gotta destroy him.
Yeah.
Does
Well,
that even
Red,
carry any
Like,
weight, the associated with Boogaloo Boys? Does that mean anything?
No, it might to some idiots. But if you'll see in this
Exactly.
4-part story here on Twitter, Spoon, you'll see the first image. If you could bring it up.
It already is.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a minute behind. Central Ohio man among Americans volunteering to join Ukraine's International Legion. Great. And then it says, editor's note, this story has been revised to reflect that Henry Hoft has been associated with the far-right group known as the Boogaloo Boys in the past.
oh, Sad Wings has got to go. You take care, good sir / madam.
All right, take care.
Well,
Yeah,
if he's associated with a far-right group, he'd fit in with the Havos Battalion just fine.
I'm sure he would.
yeah, totally. I would say the name Yulin Cheng. Definitely not a CCP operative. Definitely not.
No, never.
No, actually, no.
Speaking of far-right groups,
yes.
Russia is sending some of its own extremist groups into the meat grinder. So I've just had this crazy theory. What if Putin and Zelensky are putting on a show to get rid of their own extremist blocs?
I highly doubt that, my dude.
It's funny you mention that.
That would be kind of funny and kind of based, actually.
Why do you say that, Glenn?
Because I hate to pull the major tinfoil hat card here.
I'll do it. Put on that tinfoil.
But Zelensky here is a member of the chosen tribe, and Vladimir Putin is also a member of the chosen tribe.
You see what? Isn't he very orthodox?
No,
what?
he was brought in as an honorable member of the Russian Jewish Association quite a few years ago.
Really? God damn.
Yep. Back. It was either in the early 2010s or late 2000s. Because what people forget is one of his closest friends, is a very big Jew called Roman Abramovich.
Oh yeah, true.
So I'm just saying, there was a piece, I believe it was from a rabbi who worked in the Russian temple, did actually bless Putin, or however the term is for blessing.
I don't know how much I buy or believe into all this Jewish conspiracy shit, my dude. I don't buy it.
Look. I'm just saying, right? It just so happens that Zelensky is a Jew. Putin's also a Jew. And they want to get rid of so-called extremists that hate Jews. I'm just saying, it's very easy to get rid of them.
There's a shit ton of them in Ukraine, and that's the thing that again is another thing that's being fucking covered up by all of this. I can't fathom why it's happened. Well, I can fathom, but it's very interesting to me that the anti-Jewish groups in Ukraine are all being covered up.
because Aiden, if the average normie were to see that you had quote unquote neo Nazis who hate Jews happily fighting for a Jewish leader, they would have a complete crisis of conscience. And
They
that would
are
break
having
their
a crisis,
programming.
and that's what I've seen mostly stated, is that how can there be neo-Nazis in Ukraine?
Yeah,
Zelensky is
I'm just
Jewish, and it's like, okay, yeah, but
yeah. No, but like this is what people don't understand, right? Back in the 1920s and 30s,
yes.
Ukraine was heavily inspired by what was going on in Nazi Germany.
So if you want to know the exact
That
history of that, we can
I
go through it.
contest. I don't agree with that.
What happened in Ukraine in, well, not just 1920s, but 1930s and 40s, it was pretty clear. I'll read some things. So, for example, I'm sure you're aware that Stefan Bandera, is considered by some people to be a super gigantic, like the national hero of Ukraine. He was made a national hero of Ukraine for about 6 months, and then that was removed. The reason is because Bandera assisted the Nazis a lot.
Yep.
So, what I would say about Bandera is that Canaris, who was the spy master of Hitler, worked with Ukraine to make it so that a revolt would break out in Galicia, the part of Ukraine, which has the goal of the destruction of everything Polish and Jewish in the region. That's part of it. They worked. The Nazis worked directly with several Ukrainian separatist leaders, if you want to call them, particularly the Ukrainian nationalists, which were Bandera's group. And Bandera said the head of the newly declared Ukrainian state, Yaroslav Stetsko. By the way, this guy later got imprisoned by the Nazis, but just saying, wrote in his autobiography, although I consider Moscow, which in fact held Ukraine in captivity and not Jewry, to be the main and decisive enemy, I nonetheless fully appreciate the undeniably harmful and hostile role of the Jews who are helping Moscow enslave Ukraine. I therefore support the destruction of all Jews and the expedience of bringing German methods of exterminating Jewry to Ukraine, barring their assimilation and the like.
Sure, but how many people actually hold Stepan Bandera in high regard? Because there have been brown shirt movements. I'm just saying that it's a very small number, and it's not like the elites.
It's actually not. And I'll tell you why it's actually not a small number. Are you under the impression, friend, that that's only the Azov battalion?
From what I remember of Russian state media covering this in 2014, there was like 3 groups of such.
Yeah, the
like,
big ones
there was
are
Tornado, Azov Battalion, and something else.
Bratstvo, probably.
Maybe.
There's a couple of them. But it's the thing. There's multiple. So if, all right, I'll read them out to what they are. Here's what they are. Here are the groups. That one is not one of them. Svoboda, that one. The problem with Svoboda means freedom, right? So it's hard to say that group is a Nazi group because their name is freedom. They are a neo-Nazi group. Svoboda, the Ukrainian movement against illegal immigration.
Sounds based. Just saying.
Yeah, but they're also it's a legitimate neo-Nazi group. Honestly, no, I mean like from their other opinions. They have 2 wings: a pro-Russian wing and a pro-Crimean or pro-Ukrainian wing in Crimea, or in Ukraine. Excuse me. The pro-Russian wing is in Crimea. The former youth wing of Svoboda. There's a whole bunch of these. The Ukrainian National Assembly / Ukrainian National Self-Defense Organization, UNA-UNSO. There's a lot of these groups. It's not just Svoboda, So if you were looking at the real neo-Nazi ones, you're probably going to be looking at Azov Battalion, Svoboda, and I mean Bratstvo is they're not super aggressive, but UNA, UNSO, I'd say would probably be the main ones. And Svoboda, by the way, has had many people elected to the Ukrainian government under the Svoboda banner over the last 10 years. There's a serious neo-Nazi issue in Ukraine.
By that same token, there's a serious far-right issue in the United States, if you read mainstream United States media.
Am I reading media here? I mean, I guess I am. All I can do is read read Ukrainian media from the external side. But I mostly was reading academic papers, and they could be wrong as well. So that's true. But do you not?
I'm just saying
that considering the fact that, okay, let's look at Andrei Belitsky, right?
Well, sorry, if I may, just get in. I've been arguing with my family because I'm the only one who's like staunchly against the involvement in Ukraine, and Russian state media has put out two claims, basically. There's a Nazi problem, and there's a military problem. Right?
I would agree, by the way, that the Russians are completely capitalizing on the Nazi issue.
And I've been asking them to point to specific instances of Nazism.
Sure.
Which would warrant and not be exacerbated by an invasion and or just foreign meddling in general.
I'll point you, my dude. If you just want one, you ask for one. I'll point you to one. Okay? I think you are correct that the Russians are using this politically, but they're not wrong. Okay? And not entirely. So, the day after the protests in Crimea began, before Russia sorry, I was kissing my husband good night. Before the invasion of Crimea, the government in Ukraine released all political prisoners, including a guy named Andrei Belitsky, who was the commander of the Azov Battalion and the leader of the Social National Assembly, or SNA. The stated goals of the SNA that Belitsky co-founded are, quote, the protection of the white race by creating an anti-democratic and anti-capitalist nationocracy system and the eradication of the international Zionist speculative capital. In 2010, Belitsky said that it was the Ukraine's national mission to, quote, lead the white races of the world in the final crusade against the Semite-led Untermenschen.
Okay.
This is this guy, Andrei Belitsky, right? Leader of Azov. The government let him out of prison. He was in jail. They let him out. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's interesting to me that Zelensky was the kind of person that was released kind of immediately after the overthrow of the Yanukovych regime. Just to me. But to go forward a little bit, in late March of 2014, the interim leaders of Ukraine at that point, Turchinov and Yatsenyuk, who founded the People's Front Party, made Andrei Belitsky, again a founding member of the Azov Battalion, part of the new government's military council.
So you're saying that he had an outsized influence, and therefore to either keep him in check he's
released from prison, and then basically
so it's not a show of good faith.
Made part of the government.
Saying. The release from prison isn't just we are freeing all political prisoners, and this guy is just amongst them.
You're right. They did release all political prisoners, but then a month later, he's made part of the government.
Okay.
If that's not an inside job, I don't know what is.
Just a little bit weird, right?
Sure.
I mean, honestly, that'd
just,
be like...
Isn't Zelensky himself a left-wing Jew?
Okay, so this is the problem. Everyone says Zelensky's a Jew, so therefore there can't be any neo-Nazi organizations in
No, I'm just
Ukraine.
wondering,
That's
how
a
did he come to power?
very silly claim, my dude.
Well, maybe. I'm open to hearing how it is not a good claim.
Honestly, I mean, honestly,
I mean, like, if
again.
you want me to go through it, I can go through the entire history of the Azov Battalion.
Again.
I'm sure there are bad groups in Ukraine. I'm sure there are bad groups in America.
How about this?
I know for a fact that there are bad groups here in Russia.
I know, but let me tell you about the funding, right? So I have to hang on.
Oh, are you going to say that the U.S. Congress lifted the ban on funding towards Azov Battalion?
Azov, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that from either the debate with Stitch and Adam or one of your podcasts.
We actually weren't able to bring it up during. I wasn't able to bring it up with Stitch and Adam, yeah. So but I'll read to you exactly what I have written about it.
In the ass.
One of Right Sector's founders, Dmitry Yarosh, said he didn't support. Okay. This is after Zlochevsky is kicked out of the Ukrainian government, right? Zlochevsky, after the Euromaidan, Zlochevsky is kicked out. Afterwards, one of the Right Sector's key founders, Dmitry Yarosh, said he didn't support the continued revolutionary rhetoric and didn't want to push anything that might weaken or question the current Ukrainian government's hold on power. Right Sector is another of very far-right group that has made explicit anti-Semitic and pro-Nazi statements. Despite the group being disbanded, many of its members would go on to join the Azov Battalion. Again, a far-right group led by Andriy Beletsky that uses symbols also used by the Nazis, including the Black Sun or Sonnenrad and the Wolf Spangel. However, in June of 2015, the US Congress passed a resolution to prohibit further use of US government resources to fund, provide arms, training, or other assistance to the battalion. Is that what you were referring to? The 2015 ban?
I think you brought up that that ban was lifted. Yes, I think. Yes.
So what happened there? In a 2014 report from the BBC, the news outlet claimed that Azov was also being funded by Ukraine's Interior Ministry, a claim that was not denied by the Ukrainian ministerial advisor Anton Gerashenko, who instead responded to questions about his involvement with the group, saying that Azov is, quote, a party of Ukrainian patriots who are giving their lives while the rich Europeans are only talking about supporting Ukraine. When, may I ask, will English people come here and fight terrorists sent by Russia's President Putin instead of lecturing us on our moral values or on our people's political affiliations? That's what he said in 2014. He did not deny that the Ukrainian government was funding Azov. In July of 2015, in an interview with the Daily Beast, Sergeant Ivov Kharkiv of Azov, an Azov member, spoke about the battalion's experiences with U.S. trainers and U.S. volunteers quite fondly. He even mentioned that U.S. volunteer engineers and medics were still assisting them, even though it had already been banned by the U.S. government. But don't worry about that, because 6 months later, in January of 2016, after the ban of funding Azov, the U.S. Congress lifted that ban. 6 months, the United States did not fund Azov. 6 months.
Okay.
That's not kind of fucky to you? I'm horrified by that fact.
It's morally bad, but since this is geopolitics we're talking about, and we're talking about those specific reasons without looking at the morality of it, because sure, U.S. involvement in places may raise questions, may be fine with some other people. I'm sure there exists some other meddling from Russian bad groups, so we can just drop that. let's say there exists.
My dude, why drop
Sorry, maybe
everything I just said? Just say, just
No,
ignore
no.
that?
No, sorry. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. We can drop the morality of it. Let's say
Alright.
those neo-Nazis exist, right? Why not? I think that point has been brought up. Give them some resources, takes them and pit them against some other extremists, let them kill each other, and then you don't have any extremists. That's abhorrent morally, sure. But I think that's what's happening
The
here.
Ukrainian government was clearly supportive of these people.
So
that's not me stretching.
I don't know. I've been kind of going through the. Why am I blanking on this?
The
like
US
the program of the Svoboda Party, and I'm not seeing. I'm seeing nationalism mentioned, but it's not like.
Are you looking at the current Svoboda Party website? Is that what you're doing, and not what they've done in the past and what they said in the past? Because we can talk about Svoboda if you'd like to.
Well, again, I don't want this to be hostile, but I'm just.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be hostile, but like the thing is, if you are not aware of the Svoboda Party, let me walk through some of it with you, okay?
You've made your case. I'm just going through my own. You did say that this was a Nazi party that got 10% of support in the parliament. That is also, what does it say? Economic nationalism, something, nation.
May I describe to you how Svoboda was founded?
Sure.
Oleg Tiahanibuk was the head of the Social Nationalist Party in 2004, and he wanted to clean up the image of the Social Nationalist Party by abandoning the Wolfspangle and the Wolfspangle imagery specifically. He changed the name of that party, the Social Nationalist Party. Oleg Tiahanibuk, would you like to hear some of the things he said? We can go through them. He changed the name of his party to Svoboda. Svoboda means freedom. I think it means the same thing in Russian as it does in Ukrainian, actually.
Yes.
Additionally, and that's it. He does that in 2004. He specifically changed the name of the Social Nationalist Party to Svoboda because the Social Nationalist Party had a really, really bad image. But I'll give you some Tiahanibuk quotes. Before. Yeah. Okay. His name comes up so many times here. Okay. Yeah, he changed the party's name to Freedom. Svoboda. Where's oh, there's word even
Actually, I'm looking into their like news posts, and they are looking a little sus.
Sorry?
The Svoboda news posts on their official website are sus.
Yeah, it's if you're aware of what these people believed in, it's really fucked up. Let me try to find some quotes. Again, I'm trying to look through my own doc here to find it. Give me 1 second here. I mean, because it's...
There are 3 motivations that keep me in that community. The will of my nationalist parents, 19 Svoboda members killed on the Maidan, 53 in the war, 19 after injuries and illnesses. My children are nationalists. I'm also being held what brilliant translation.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm only Ukrainian, so I'm trying to.
No. It's a different language. So if you're trying to read it from Ukrainian, no problem there, man.
I hold these 3 men in high regard: Konovalets, whom I don't know, Bandera, who has been covered,
We know who Bandera is, yeah.
Shukovich, and their and the brothers of their legions. So yeah, not brilliant, not great.
They all kind of venerate Bandera, honestly. But here, I'll read you a quote from the SNPU, the party that Tiahani book, who again is the same guy who is in charge of Svoboda, who founds Svoboda, because SNPU becomes Svoboda, says here, quote, "In view of prospects of mass degradation of people and entire nations, we are the last hope of the white race, of the humankind as such. We must resolutely separate ourselves from the northeastern neighbor," that's in reference to Russia, not only because it is aggressive or can grab us, but because, first of all, it brings into our life, into the psychology of our people, qualities which are different from European values. In a 2004 speech, again, SNPU founder and Svoboda founder, Tihanibuk said, "The enemy came and took their Ukraine." He's referring to the Ukrainian insurgent army there. "But they were not afraid. Likewise, we must not be afraid. They took their automatic guns on their necks and went into the woods. They got them ready to fight against the Moskali, Germans, the Zhidi," probably know what that word means, but for people listening, it means Jew, "and other scum who want to take away our Ukraine state. And therefore our task, and every one of you, the young, the old, the gray-headed, and the youthful, we must defend our native land. These young men and you, the gray-headed, are the very combination with the Moskovsko-Jivitska, the Russian Jewish mafia, fears the most." That's this guy.
Yeah.
This is
also
the
to
founder
just
of Svoboda.
yeah, I agree. That's bad stuff. Also, just a note.
It's a little bit fucked, right?
Yes, the Jew word that he used is also similar to the N word, as in it's
That word,
not
is
just
it
a
that
term
bad?
describing a Jew. Well, it's
I don't know.
bad.
I mean, I don't
It's a
know.
disparaging term. It's a Jew in disparaging way.
So it's not just Jew, but it's like very
Yeah,
aggressive. Sorry, what was the word that I used? I'll say it. You don't have to say it. GD?
yeah. Also, not to go on a too long a tangent, words don't carry the same taboo in the Russian-speaking countries as they do in, well, cultures rather, as they do in English-speaking. So when I was diving into the whole American politics and British politics, I was baffled by how sensitive people were around the N word specifically.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, you can't say that word at all. Yeah, like that. It's a forbidden verboten, right?
It's very bad, yeah. But anyway, to get back to topic. Sure. Sorry, maybe I'm arguing against an opponent within my own head. It's just I see zero reason
I think
why.
it might be.
Maybe. Why an invasion would help.
Because I'm not in favor of the invasion, but what I'm seeing is that Russia and Putin are basically going, the West is about to invade us, and we're preempting an invasion. It's not just based on the particular things you and I have talked about, but the things that we have discussed over the course of the stream previously. Although, speaking of which, I'm getting tired, and no one else has spoken in like 30 minutes, so I think everyone's getting tired.
Well, no, I'm still good to go. I was just spreading memes.
Well, I think
I may
we're
have
all
stolen the spotlight.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I
No,
mean,
thank
Spoon's
you,
busy reading.
actually, so much for coming on because our turrets, I really appreciate your input because like none of us are Slavs, you know, like we have no idea, not really. You know, myself, I can sit here and learn Cyrillic, which again is not difficult in the big scheme of things. It's actually quite easy, but I had never tried to,
Wow.
and I did it on accident, my dude, and try to understand Slavic history just because I'm interested and I want to care about these things in a way that Western media is never ever going to portray. And you know that, my dude, probably more than anybody. That
Definitely.
Yes.
Western
But
media is not
Western
going to
media
portray
bad.
this shit correctly.
State media worse. Okay?
There's a
least you
lot of
got-
issues with Russian state media, yes. We could talk about that. But the BBC
Well,
is certainly state media, to be honest.
That's true. However, Sky News Australia is also.
Yeah.
Wait, is it? I don't think they are state media, are they?
Sky.
They are based.
Sky is affiliated, but I don't really know in Australia. It's the same thing in the UK, by the way.
Sky Australia is based. I know that much.
Oh, I don't know about that, my dude. Not after the COVID stuff.
No, Sky, the British Sky is not. Sky Australia is based.
Speaking of which,
I remember.
let's go over. Did we go over the COVID thing real quick?
To a point.
Let's do this real
to a
quick.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do this real quick before we end the stream. Here's an article. This article links to a bunch of to actual fucking scientific. Did we go over this already?
No, we have not.
Okay,
We have not.
let's go over
Haven't
this
touched this one.
real quick for the people who are still watching. We're going to go over the COVID stuff because I said I would. It causes AIDS.
Actually, Aiden, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to slap you down for misinformation.
Oh
it's,
no!
It's the jab
Just HIV.
that causes. It's the GAB that causes AIDS.
Yep. There we go. Well, it causes the vase. So we were told this was a whole big fucking meme for forever, but a new article has come out, and not just by anybody. It was conducted and written from people within the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Oh wow.
Batwoman.
Here's what they had to say. Do you have this article up, Spoon? Are you still awake?
He was reading, busy reading.
Spin.
You'll have to do it if you
Wake
have
up.
control.
Did he really leave the stream? No,
He
I
said he
can't
was
control
reading.
it. What a
God damn it.
ding dong! I'm gonna get so mad at this fucking kitchen utensil. Holy shit! Well,
We can write in the meantime.
kitchen utensil. God damn. Fucking
If I were you, I would be very careful about taking that tone with me.
There he is. There he is.
Horrible
He woke
things
up.
will happen
He woke
to
up.
you.
Got him
I've
out of
been
the
awake
drawer.
this whole damn time. I put
I
the thing
didn't
on the
know you
stream
didn't
for
say
you.
shit.
Well, it's much more funny to hear what you actually think if I'm not listening.
Oh, Spoon, you know that you're my best friend. So, but I am gonna call you a nasty kitchen utensil. You're not
You're
gonna
trying to
fucking
save face
basically-
now.
the
You're basically a YouTube couple. You're basically a YouTube couple at this point.
No, no, we hate each other.
basically
Imagine if you can't solve a conflict within your stream. How are you gonna be monarchs in a
Be
goddamn
very
country? How is that
careful.
gonna
I
work?
will beat all of you with my
What are you
top
gonna
hat.
do? What are you gonna do to me over the internet, Spoon? Go ahead and try it. No, I'm actually scared now. No, I'm scared. No, I'm unironically scared.
You won't do a thing.
I'm scared. What are you gonna do? Don't
What's he
hurt
gonna
me.
do his best.
No,
what's he
no.
gonna
The fact
do?
that he's quiet makes me scared.
Aiden,
Don't
what's he gonna
worry,
do?
Aiden.
His best odd job impression?
He's gonna do something.
White Knights of the Order of the Paladin will come in and save you.
You can be very grateful that for most of the time I'm very, very polite and mannered. Otherwise, I will rain down hell on you.
Someone bring up the marine copy pasta.
The Void That Bites says, watching Aiden Onesan slap a Russian default liberal undergrad for not having references and sources on hand is better entertainment than I had anticipated. Oh, it's no offense at
Sorry.
all towards you, my dude.
rude.
No. I wanted
Sorry,
your...
who's that in
No,
chat?
I
I'm
asked
gonna come
you
in
on-
and slap you.
I asked you on because I'm not fucking Russian, and I don't... All I can do is look at this shit as a third party and try to understand it as someone who literally learned how to read Cyrillic on accident over the last 2 weeks. So that's like, that's not a glowing endorsement of my own capacity to understand this situation. I did read thousands
Also, let's be clear.
of pages of books on
You
it.
didn't ask me on. I bullied my
You did
way onto the stream.
bully your way on
Actually,
here. But I have appreciated your input, and I think that it has been valuable. So thank you for making me allow you on.
Of the two sources that I brought to the stream, I only used one, and the NATO expansion one I didn't get the chance to bring up. So, whoever that super chatter was, I have two sources.
That bites. And by the way, if you would like to super chat to the stream, it's all open. Also, who asked Void That Bites also asked me the slur for spoon. Spoon instead of ladle.
Go
Have at
to
it, chat.
hell.
How do
This
we
is very
insult
dangerous
him?
territory. I will
he
haunt
is a
all
kitchen
of you.
utensil. Insult him.
Anonymous Spork.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Spork, how terrible.
Why?
So, in this article,
I'm just kidding.
it's from the
Sporks are
code, but
basically the transgenders of utensil.
that is true. They're non-binary.
No, difference
So-
is they actually exist.
That's true.
Yeah, but they're a
The
hybrid, like
TLDRs,
these fuckers
the
are as well.
TLDRs of this article.
They're not hybrids, they're just fucking failures of both.
Oh yeah, good point actually. Yeah.
The TLDR of the article. The TLDR of the article. Excuse me. Sorry. The TLDR of the article.
Sorry,
is
what
that
were we saying?
There's an article that we're supposed to read.
And it's about a script, as it were.
Can you scroll down? It's an article from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or written by some of the researchers there. It's called the ACE2 independent infection of T lymphocytes by SARS-CoV-2. And it says, this is the TLDR, thank you, that many patients who had SARS-CoV-2 had lymphopenia, that it is a depletion of the important immune T lymphocyte cells. This depletion was caused by cellular suicide. That's apoptosis of T cells after infection. In experimental setups involving infecting laboratory cell lines with human T cells, SARS-CoV-2 virus was able to penetrate and infect the T cells. This tropism, attraction to T cells, was an ability to infect them was unrelated to the usual way a SARS-CoV-2 or a SARS virus infects other cells, such as lung cells, and that express ACE2 and TMPRSS2 receptors, because the T cells do not have these receptors. Infection of T cells occur in the LFA1 protein that exclusively expresses in multiple leukocytes. It turns out that HIV's GP120 protein is the one that activates the LFA1 on the CD4 T lymphocyte and increases cell susceptibility to the LFA targeting leukotoxin. I would like to remind you that HIV's GP120 protein also was mysteriously transplanted into SARS-CoV-2. Additionally, GP120 protein is located in the spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2, and spike protein is used in all COVID vaccines.
Wait a minute. When you said
Everyone has
that
No. The people who got the jab got AIDS.
No,
Not me.
everyone has AIDS.
No, I'm a pure blood. I don't know what crap
Well,
you're talking
I
about.
know, but if you look, we're not gonna go through the whole thing. I would highly suggest reading this whole article because the thing is that like people who had gotten COVID and recovered from it, they did have this. So what all that means, it seems really complicated, is that the T cells are a kind of white blood cell, a lymphocyte. They protect the body against different pathogens, bacteria, and viruses. But the problem is that these T cells, and where the word T cell comes from, is because T cells develop and grow in the thalamus, in the lymphatic system, right? The issue is that these T cells are essentially not able to function to destroy this particular disease. And that's the exact same way that AIDS and HIV affects the body, is by influencing the development and processes of T cells. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but can we
In
just
other
say
words,
that?
people who now in the doctor who wrote this article, right? He, I think, or she, Igor. Yeah, well, Igor. Pretty sure who what his gender is. I don't want to misgender him, her, them.
You
Tested their own.
assume his gender.
He tested his own lymphocytes levels and did find that when he had COVID, because he had COVID, it dropped. So the ability of his T cell production dropped when he had COVID, but it returned to normal levels directly afterwards. He has not had the vaccine. The confusion or problem or concern is, how does the vaccine, which includes I mentioned this exact same this precise thing, the HIV GP120 protein, that's in the COVID vaccines. How will that longitudinally affect people? And there's studies that say things like the tropism of HIV for cells expressing the CD4 membrane, the glycoprotein reflects the use of this protein as a specific viral receptor for which the HIV GP120 envelope protein binds with high affinity. So, just to illustrate what that means, if this was, first of all of us have AIDS, have gotten COVID. I am literally getting over COVID right the fuck now, but so I have AIDS.
No, Aiden, you're a pure blood like the rest of us. We ain't those filthy mudbloods.
I mean, I am a pure blood. I didn't get that fucking shit, but I
Exactly.
didn't get that vaccine because I didn't trust
But
in it,
the
and now we're seeing this shit. And this, by the way, is for both COVID and the vaccine, because the vaccine includes parts of the virus. Of course, it has to.
well, not necessarily with the majority of them, but then again,
what it does include is the spike protein element, which is the part that includes this element that is
well,
HIV.
just remember, Aiden, the Aussie, when they were developing the Aussie vaccine, they straight up admitted it had HIV.
Mm-hmm.
They admitted this back in 2020.
I'm not trying to spread misinformation. To summarize the studies that we are looking at here, COVID-19 causes lymphocytopenia, a depletion of the lymphocytes. HIV causes depletion of lymphocytes as well. Both SARS-CoV-2 and HIV use the exact same receptor, LFA1, to enter the T cells. HIV uses the specific GP120 protein to bind to the LFA1 receptor, and SARS-CoV-2 has the GP120 insert as well. So, it's not AIDS, but it's real similar to AIDS. All right?
Aiden, I already told you it's AIDS.
It's AIDS.
It's
AIDS.
AIDS.
It's
AIDS.
Yeah, AIDS. Here you go. It's AIDS.
You mudblood have AIDS.
I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, look, I've had COVID. I have COVID right now. I don't know. I think that most of it was basically covered up by got multiple world governments to say like we didn't want people to know that they basically all got AIDS, and we'll have to see about the longitudinal results of it in terms of
Give it 5 years.
No, the immuno responses was actually going to be important if everyone we all got it. You know, so if the immuno response destroys people, we'll see. I don't know.
We'll just remember, Aiden. Everyone who got COVID and recovered, they live on average 1 year longer than they would have.
Well,
Just
I
remember
certainly
that.
won't. I've said this every time I've had to talk about COVID, and I'll say it again. Is that I'm a social scientist, especially like the least scientific that any human being can possibly be ever in the history of forever. And when I, as a social scientist, look at your research program that's saying in 6 months we're going to go from figuring out what the issue is, a medical issue, into mass producing a vaccine, and I can't do that in a study where I want to poke people with a stick and figure out how that affects them, then I'm just saying I don't buy it. Okay? I don't you've not done your rigorous research. That's what I've always said. To me as a social scientist, it looked to me like, holy shit. If you're doing shit in 6 months that I couldn't do in 10 years, I'm suspect.
Well, of course you should be suspect because again, anything that's done quickly when it comes to medicine
And it's
is
all
by
come out
default a
now
shit
that the whole
product.
shit's fucked and fake. It's the thing.
Yeah. Well,
Ridiculous.
again, Aiden. Again, this is what people don't seem to understand. Even quote unquote approved vaccines were not the same when they were approved compared to today. Case in point, the
Yeah,
polio vaccine.
exactly.
That's changed numerous times over the years. Numerous times.
Oh, for sure.
But they won't accept that, even though it's a proven medical fact.
Well, now they might, but because
Yep,
this
no,
whole
they
narrative
won't.
is
They
collapsing.
won't. No, COVID
No,
idiots.
no,
The
not
filthy
seriously. No, not
mudbloods.
seriously, they won't. And in fact,
Oh.
by the way, here's a Politico article. Spoon, are you still there? You awake?
I'm pretty sure you guys varied the plot a little bit, since it says in the article. I would like to remind you that the protein was also mysteriously transplanted into SARS-CoV-2.
I didn't
I don't
want
know
to bring
if
that part up. I didn't want to bring that part up because that's the conspiratorial
YouTube.
element.
Yeah, well.
I intentionally avoided that part because that's the very conspiratorial element. But the reality is, yeah, you're right. Bring it up because you brought it up.
Mike Sombrero is looking very good on me right now, because
Just saying.
the lab leak, and YouTube won't be happy about this, but I don't know. Checks out that China did unsavory things and they went south.
They did. Well, the whole point is that we didn't even get into the biolabs in Ukraine, by the way. We were supposed to. We forgot to. That we're probably conducting the same. It's called gain of function research, of course. We all know at this point. And they were conducting. And what is gain of function research? They intentionally alter viruses and different diseases to see how we can. Point of it to create basically a super virus so that we could defeat it because they think it might occur in nature later. That's the point of gain of function research, right? So what they did, as far as I can understand, in the Wuhan lab, and maybe in these Ukrainian biolabs too, which they're now claiming don't exist, but absolutely do exist, and were also fucking funded by the US government, is that they created a super virus and try and see how they could fix it. But it got out. Fauci, by the way, was heavily involved in this. He helped the U.S. fund this research. And here are the data. Here they are. It has a, unironically, and you are correct. You were completely correct, my dude, Artur. Is that yes, the COVID-19 virus has HIV elements of the HIV virus grafted onto it, right? We know this. We've known this for 2 years almost now. But you can't say that because it sounds crazy, but that's the truth. It has elements of HIV grafted onto it.
So we knew that specifically, or we knew that some 0.1% of the genome was altered? Because I remember that claim going around, but
I don't
not
know.
the.
I don't know how much the genome was altered, but the virus operates very similarly to HIV. It has been proven to have elements of HIV, and it was made in a lab. We've all admitted that now. We weren't allowed to admit that 6 months ago. 6 months ago, we weren't allowed to say any of this, but we know now that parts of this virus were made in a lab. Okay? So, I'm allowed to even say that on YouTube, even, which is astonishing, because things have changed. 6 months ago, I could not have said that. That would have been considered an Alex Jones tinfoil conspiracy theory. That's the reality.
Yes, but Aiden, as you should be aware, the difference between the conspiracy theory and reality is merely a matter of 6 to 18 months.
Generally speaking, you are completely correct, Kizla. Yep.
I mean, how? If this was 2001 and we straight
Oh,
up
I
said,
know.
no, there are no weapons of mass destruction
There's
in
no
Iraq,
weapons of mass destruction.
we'd be
George
accused of
Bush didn't
spreading
do 9/11.
misinformation.
He did, by the way. I will say that. George Bush did
Well,
do 9/11.
The one thing I will say on the 9/11 thing, many people who do not have an engineering background do not understand why the towers collapsed the way they did. I'm just
Because
gonna
it
say
doesn't
that
make
right now.
any sense.
Aiden,
Yeah,
speaking as someone as an engineer, right?
I know. And you know why a plane crashing into them doesn't make sense, why they blew up from the ground up, right?
Yes, I agree, Aiden. But here's the thing. The way they came down makes sense from an engineering standpoint. And people are correct to say, yes, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. However, if you get metal up to a high enough temperature, it will start to deform. And when you think of
That
how
is
heavy
true, that
those
is
fucking
true.
towers are, they will naturally collapse upon themselves.
You're right. You're right.
This is
You
basic
mean they would
engineering.
fall
It's
like
actually
a
not that part
domino?
that I have the big issue with. It's that the fact that I truly believe, and people can quote me on this and get mad about me on this, but I think George Bush 100% paid for that and funded the
Well,
destruction and
or
the
it could be people,
terrorist
or it
attack of
could be the people,
9/11.
or it could be the people who basically scammed the taxpayer, scammed the insurance companies for the twin towers.
Well, it was interesting how they took out a giant insurance deal the day before.
I heard it was
Literally,
2
the
days
day
before. I heard
2
it was
days
2 days
before.
before. But there is that as well. But again, I'm not trying to pour water
Yeah,
pour water on the whole 9/11 was an inside job thing. I'm just saying, with the way
I
the
think it was
towers
an inside job.
collapsed. No, again, I'm not trying to pour water on that. But what I am saying is, the way the towers came down makes sense from an engineering standpoint. Because if you think of it like a tree, if those towers were to knock over sideways, think of how much more extra collateral damage that would have caused.
Right, but let me ask you this question then, because what about Tower 3? Well, it was not hit by a plane. Because you're correct that a
Okay.
massive high-speed a plane crashing into them could have started a fire that would have potentially created a very dangerous issue for the towers in the first place. Where even if it couldn't melt the steel, it would have melted the other supporting structures. But it was more than that. There was the third tower, Tower 3, was not hit by a plane, and yet it had the same issue. Why?
Again. I'm not. Again, I agree. There's definitely something extremely sus about it. Now, I'm not sure if Tower 3, because I remember recently some footage did come out with one of the planes going straight into the tower. The crowd acting quite nonchalant.
I was 12 when I was watching it live. I remember it. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I literally saw I was literally at school watching the aftermath of it. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was a fucked up time period. But yeah, it
Dude,
was like the first time.
the funny thing, yeah, it was Building 7 is the one that really makes it like we saw, all of us, the whole world saw the two planes go into the two giant towers, right? But
I like John Monroe's theory. Tower 3
Hmm?
collapsed from peer pressure.
but Building 7
Social
was
contagion.
not hit by a plane. The official explication, as far as I understand, is that Building 7 was hit with debris and fire from the other two buildings, and that's why it collapsed.
Oh,
I
if that
don't
was just by
believe that.
fire, or if it's just by
They,
regular fire, I call bullshit on that, unless it was
that's
one of
the
the
if you're not
worst.
aware, that's the explanation on Building 7 is that it collapsed and because there was debris from the two World Trade Center buildings, the other two, and that's why it fell down.
Yeah,
I
again,
don't buy that.
again, I agree. It was perhaps a BS statement because ultimately, quite often when there's a catastrophe, they like to give out a quite a weak statement just to get people to fuck off.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Falconite brings up a good point. Tower
And also,
3 of the Twin Towers, methinks sus.
Yeah, there's twins and there's a third tower.
Well,
it's
yeah,
called
but on the
Building
point,
7, yeah, I think. But
yeah, but then
the issue
also,
is, but that
and
building
also,
also, by the way, Building 7 is like half a block away. It's
yeah, there
not
is that.
right there. It fell down as well. It's considered part of the complex, and it
Well,
had the same issue.
yeah, also let's ignore the Pentagon.
And the Pentagon also was supposedly hit by a plane.
Yeah, but we have no footage of it whatsoever.
We just have the aftermath footage. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Rude,
I don't know. I
rude,
grew up near the Pentagon. Unironically, I grew up, and I used to, when I was in my 20s, I would drive to work every day. I had to drive right past the Pentagon complex. Kind of scary to drive past there every day because, like, there's all these giant warning signs on the road that are like, "Do not turn left. Do not turn left. Do not go into the," because this is the Pentagon. Like, if you turn left and accidentally go into the Pentagon, shit might go down, right? A little spooky when you
Yeah.
drive down the road in Baltimore, outside Baltimore, and or in the Pentagon area. But yeah, they something. I'd just say it's sussy. I'd just say it's sussy. That's all I'd say.
Yes, it is extreme sus. Yes, it is extreme sus, and there is an imposter among the government. Oh no, wait, the government is the
George
imposter.
Bush.
Yeah, but that's voting
I've
out.
watched Homeland. I've seen how
The
CIA
funny
does
thing
things.
is, the thing I find funny about everything involving the Ukraine stuff and the way that I feel about things in general is that I have been, again, as I said earlier, accused of being a communist, a fascist, a white supremacist, a American shill, all this stuff over the last 3 weeks. When the reality is I just don't like the US government, which I don't know if anyone's noticed, but for my last 5 years of being on the internet is that I've been a freaking libertarian. So I've not changed not one sec. Not one iota, my dude. I'm still a
You're an
libertarian.
American.
I don't trust the US government.
Aiden, remember, you're an American libertarian, not a French libertarian.
Oh, true.
You're a monarchist libertarian. Just saying.
Well, the monarchist part's kind of newer. But
yeah,
you support monarchy basically as a replacement for the garbage quote unquote representative democracy / constitutional republic.
well, because I want to spoon appears to have kind of dipped a little bit, but we're getting really late here for us. But why as a libertarian I became a monarchist was because I was trying to understand how to maximize individual freedoms and individual liberties. In particular, liberty is the important key phrase, not freedom. Liberty is the important one. And I was like, how do we protect liberty? And I reading tons and tons and tons of political philosophy and trying to figure it out. And I felt after a lot of research that monarchy was the best way to defend individual liberty, to protect individual liberty. Democracy is not good at it, actually. It's a kind of misnomer that democracy is the way that you defend individual liberty. I do not believe that it is. I think actually when you look into it, which
read that book, The one that's currently on screen. That
Yes,
one.
read that book.
What's it called?
Liberty
Out
or
Lemon?
Equality, the challenge of our time.
Yes.
Well,
by Eric
again,
von Koiner
Oh, no, it's
Lydon.
free on
I-
the Mises Institute. This, by
I
the
would
way,
say,
this
it's
book
from an
totally changed my
Austrian.
life. No lie, changed my life.
yeah, I would also add as well, when people mention equality, the only equality that exists is in death and the innocence of your birth. That's it.
Very true. Very true.
And taxes.
No, that's no. Those are certainties,
Arturits,
not equality.
did you just call me a Fed?
No, somebody else said you was a Fed.
No,
Avoid.
Arturits
Sorry,
did.
what?
I saw him say you
No,
called
no,
me
no,
a Fed.
no. Sorry.
Okay.
The boy that pied said Aiden is a Fed. I was
Oh.
sarcastically responding, I'm a
Oh,
Fed
okay.
monarchist. That checks out.
Boy that bites is joking. Don't worry about it.
So am
Also-
I.
Okay.
Why would the federal
I
government find a
didn't
monarchist?
know. Look, I wasn't paying attention. Honestly.
Could avoid is correct. Defund the IRS.
Defund the IRS completely. The boy that bites, he's a good boy. Obviously.
He's a very good boy.
Defund the
until he did
IRS.
absolutely nothing
And
wrong.
yeah, a Fed monarchist is a little bit of a contradiction.
One of the books are good while I'm here.
Well, unless your name,
Rothbard.
unless your name is Prince Andrew, then it would make sense.
Well. I think the other thing that we have to all admit to, well, Kizza, you're a Brit Bong, so we have
How
to
dare you call me a
admit
Brit Bong.
that the British monarchy kind of sucks.
And it will only get worse when Prince Charles takes over.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse.
Oh, this is good too.
I'm pretty sure the Lotus Eaters don't share that opinion.
Huh?
That
Sorry?
might be an interesting talk. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the Lotus Eaters don't share that view of the British monarchy.
Oh,
So
probably.
maybe talking to
Do
them
you think
might
that
be
they
interesting.
think that it's gonna get better? I
Yeah,
don't.
No, they
No.
don't.
I don't.
What,
At
they
least
don't
from what I
what?
can see, I don't think
Sargon
that
has
they
openly
think that.
said that Prince Charles is a global homo simp, so no.
But that is true, yeah. He's a member of the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
I know
Well,
he's an environmentalist,
Yay.
which
Putin was too. And then Klaus Schwab has erased him from the Akashic record of the WEF.
Fucking
But
German.
but that's because Putin went against became
how
a
interesting,
renegade.
right? How curious, right?
Always the way, okay? Always the
How
way. Now,
it sure is curious to me. That being
Always.
said, like to me, the monarchy stuff is Spoon and I basically went in to try and understand how do we make
Ooh, an anti state, that's good too.
the least corrupt form, because all governments will be corrupt, including monarchies. By the way, like don't get confused about that one. But what is the least corrupt form of government? And we looked at Aristotle and saw it and thought it might be monarchy. That's all it is.
Oh, if you want to know what is currently going on with China and Russia and the gold standard, read this book.
oh yeah, I've heard about.
What has government done to our money by Rothbard?
A great book
No.
by Rothbard
Yes.
too. Yes,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
fantastic. Highly recommend that book from Rothbard. The
and if we're recommending shit, I would highly recommend Glenn Jacobs' Austrian Economics.
yeah, absolutely. Not just
Yeah.
this book on Austrian economics. Highly recommend that. I would also.
It's not a book. It's not a book. It's a video.
You know that video that I
video?
sent you
What are you
about
talking
the guy discussing Austrian economics?
Oh, is that it?
That's Glenn Jacobs.
Oh, okay. I watched that.
The guy who played Kane in WWE.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, I watched that video. Okay.
Yeah, I would say for those curious, I would hire him as my governor of the Bank of England and have it written in his contract that he's allowed to chokeslam communists off the Bank of England.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
by the
Chris
way,
Dyer,
he also
real
recommended this book.
Chris Dyer, real quick, said BS. Monarchies will get corrupt to stay in power like any other.
No, they
yeah,
won't.
No, they will.
They won't. No, they won't be corrupt to stay in
Well-
power. They
Spoon.
will. No, they will stay in power because their reign is legitimate. It's not like a freaking passed down crap of transfer of powers like democracy.
The difference is that, as Spoon and I have spoken about many times, the incentive for corruption is far more limited in a monarchy than it is in a democracy. In a democracy, everyone's because they have no reason to not be.
Yeah, unpopular opinion.
You will
here,
have a degradation of any monarchy. It will
Yeah.
happen, but
Yeah,
It's far
I mean,
slower.
unpopular opinion here. Democracy does not exist and has never been tried. Next.
Democracy, yeah, I would say actually, funnily enough, I'll use the commie argument. Democracy has never been tried. Uh, not a true democracy because no such thing can exist.
Oh,
So
look, this book.
democracy
Yeah, there we go.
is a literal fantasy. It cannot exist. That's why it can't be tried. Much like communism. They're both
Actually,
fantasy, fake,
Aiden,
fucking positions. Yeah.
Aiden, I'm gonna have to correct you here. Communism
Oh.
has been tried. Communism has been tried. It was called the caveman era. End of
Oh, there you
story.
go. Yeah, perhaps.
So therefore, all communists are the ultimate reactionaries. Know your fucking place.
Interesting position. I don't disagree. But
Hey,
I
I'm just saying. How is the caveman era?
It is
not-
not the natural state of humans.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, Aiden.
Also, trees are communists,
What is
as it
trees
were.
are
How is-
communist. You're right.
I'm just saying. How is the caveman era not a classless, stateless, moneyless society?
Well,
Well, it's not a
it's inherent.
sophisticated society,
I mean, like,
which communism kind of requires it
it
to be.
worked out great.
No,
Like,
no.
we could go back to the Ukraine
Isn't it?
example. The
No.
decolonization worked out great in Ukraine.
Yeah, again.
Oh,
my
I
point
thought you
being-
were talking about the great. What were they? The great Ukers digging out the Black Sea.
Huh.
Never had
No,
that?
although the speaking of the Black Sea, a totally random thing. Sorry, just because my brain is hyper Ukraine charged. Are you aware of my Russian friend of like how the U.S. fucked that entire deal up with Ukraine?
Which do?
So
The pipeline?
the
Question
pipeline
mark? Nord Stream.
before Nord Stream 2.
There was a plan that was gonna go through Turkey, and I don't know what happened to it.
So what happened was Russia had offered Ukraine a $22 billion deal to, because for people who don't know, Russia's natural gas is shipped through was not anymore, but no, it's quickly dissipating. Shipping through Ukraine into Europe, and Russia's natural gas made up 50% of almost every EU country's natural gas. Okay, so Germany,
Cheers, Thatcher.
Spain, all their stuff.
Cheers, Thatcher, you cunt.
Yeah, was about 50% was Russian natural gas.
And my country decided, no, we will not do shale gas, so we have that little bit of energy independence.
That's its own thing. But so Russia's providing about half of the natural gas to Europe. Okay, so this gas runs through it in pre 2015. It runs through Ukraine. All of it runs through Ukraine. And in 2015, after the Euromaidan, after the new government comes into place in Ukraine, the very anti-Russian government, they increased their tariffs on Russian natural gas by 50%. And then they said they're going to make it even more expensive in 2018. For this reason, Russia goes, fuck that, and goes and builds the Nord Stream pipelines that allow Russian natural gas, again, which constitutes about 50% of Europe's supply of natural gas, to be transported directly into Germany and circumvents Ukraine entirely and all of their tariffs. Nord Stream 2, all of its building will be finished by 2025, as far as I understand.
Well, if there's demand for it, anyway.
Estimates on the cost of that, by the way, is that the cost of building these brand new pipelines under the Baltic Sea made it cheaper for Russia than the 50% increase that Ukraine had implemented. And specifically, Russia had charged less for Ukraine than other trading partners that were shipping natural gas through their nations, like Poland. To simplify then, Russia was giving Ukraine a really good deal on energy, Then the Euromaidan protests happen. A new government that is explicitly anti-Russian takes power in Ukraine. And entirely to their own detriment, they decide to tell Russia to go kick rocks. And on the subject of natural gas, in the post-revolution government, the fairly openly anti-Russian post-Euromaidan people tanked a major source of Ukraine's own national income. It's about $1.2 billion per annum that Ukraine gave up to say fuck you to Russia. 1.2 billion per annum. They told them to go fuck off. I don't think that's natural. I'll put it that way. I don't think it happened naturalistically.
To add to that, I haven't researched that claim, and I only remember it slightly because it was made on state TV like, I don't know, 5 years ago. Ukraine was basically siphoning a bunch of gas off of their, off of the pipeline that was going to Germany, which was illegal.
Yeah.
And Russia was like, you won't, mate. And they were talking to Ukraine, and that was, I think, the precursor and or the justification to the Russian people to build the Baltic Nord Stream.
Yeah.
I think.
And Russia spent something like $9 billion to build that. And they did that in large part because Ukraine was not willing to play ball anymore. It was clear. Ukraine basically was saying, we're going to charge you so much. I looked at, when I did the calculation on it, it was 500,000 US dollars a day for Russia to pump natural gas through Ukraine, which was something like 70% of their revenue. And it's like, well, of course we're not going to do that after Ukraine, decided that they wanted to charge that much for it. So, when people are confused by things like that, by the way, shit that happens after the revolution, interesting. Everything becomes very, very anti-Russian.
Also after Crimea.
Well, it was after Was it after Crimea? Actually,
I'm pretty sure it was.
It might. I think it was before.
Crimea was 2014.
Yes.
Crimea was like spring of that year.
You're right. You're right. It was after Crimea. It was a year after the Crimean stuff started. Yes, correct. It was about a year after Crimea. So yeah, it was after the military stuff, kicked off. So that is true that Ukraine was not happy with Russia at that point in time, understandably, completely understandably. But still, they made a really dumb decision regarding the gas deal, maybe hoping the West would help them out. Anywho, I think how are you feeling, Spoon? I think we're gonna head to sleep. For me, at least, I'm feeling sleepy.
Wow, weaklings! It's 4 a.m. here.
I'm not a weakling. Look, yeah, I actually.
It's 4 a.m. in Moscow. I'm still kicking.
It's 1 a.m. in the UK.
Well, 1:12 to be exact. We've been going for nearly 4.5 hours. So...
Yeah, we've been going for like 4 hours. So I think we're gonna head out. Spoon has been very quiet, so I assume that
he's been reading.
He's been reading, yeah. So, thank you guys so much for showing up and participating in the stream. And I want to give a very special thank you to Kiza for joining it, as well as our turrets. Thank you for joining us on this stream where we got to talk about all kinds of crap.
No problem. No problem. Thank you both for having me on.
Yeah,
thank you for having us. Book about fascism.
What?
What's that?
I was reading a book about fascism.
Look, he's out here
reading
books while we're trying to do a fucking stream. This nerd.
Being called a nerd by you of all people is
I know
fucking pot calling kettle much.
Sure is funny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Anywho,
hey, nothing wrong with reading a book, okay?
Very true, but just not while I'm trying to do a stream. well, we're supposed to be doing a stream, freaking Spoon. But all right, Anyway, thank you all so much for showing up, and thank you guys so much for your super chats and your support of the stream. This has been a fun time as usual on this week episode of Broken Ground. And again, thank you, Kiza, and thank you, Arturets, for joining us. We will see you next